learning process together in that. Then I was born and raised in a very international and interability context, if I can say it like this. So I always had a lot of contact with different people from different religions, different abilities, and I grew up myself in a household with some bodily disadvantages, some mental disadvantages, so I got to know a lot about the struggles of some people when it comes to social meetings, when it comes to, in general, like being in a group. And yeah. Then I was a youth club leader as well as a project leader for different things in Bosnia for people with social disadvantages, meaning for people that were living more in the countryside, more that had some social issues, that were minorities from different religions, from different ethnic groups. And there I was able to learn a lot from them again, but the most important thing that I learned throughout this time is to listen to people, because only if you listen to people and don't just assume about them, you're able to not help them but improve situations. So my goals, my first goal is to make everyone feel welcome. And the second goal, there's no ranking between them, but the second goal would be to make things accessible for more people, because Erasmus has a huge influence on a lot of people. Like most of the people say, once you have an Erasmus, it's only the beginning of the end once you finish your Erasmus. So yeah, I think it has a great power to help people to experience themselves, and I think it would be better if it's even more accessible to everyone. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. If you have questions, let's go.
Name and section, please.
Sophie is in Innsbruck. I just wanted to ask if for the application, if you've already been in contact with the former social inclusion coordinator in any way to get a bit of impression of the role and what it entails.
Yes, I've been in touch with her. Not as close as I would have liked to until now, but that is also on my side. But I'm planning on working closer together with her to also get a better insight on how to get started and everything. But yes, I've been in contact with her.
Okay. So Dimitris, Yesenboglu, as a former scout or a scout, yeah. So what methods are you planning to bring on the goals that you want to impose or let's say actually practice on the goals now that you want to do practically, because you have the goals. What do you want to do as on the position you have?
Okay, so I had several ideas that have been brought to me before. I was talking to some people and asked them about what they wish for to be changed. I can only give you some examples because I don't have a very concrete plan yet. But for example, one thing that has brought to my attention that is very important is to make a note for loud and sudden noises, because I've talked to some people that are really struggling with that, and that might be not joining places because they're afraid of those loud and sudden noises. Then also to maybe educate a bit more about different things like transsexuality or non-binary people, to just have a general overview about how to address those people, how to, in general, how to navigate some certain topics. Then also, it has come to my attention, or people have talked to me about some issues when it comes to some certain religions. For example, at the barbecues, that there is problems between where to grill what, because of, I don't know, if food needs to be halal, that it can't be in touch with other non-halal meat or something like this. So to have some things implemented to make sure that everyone feels welcome at events, like barbecues or whatever ways around food. Then I had some ideas that I don't know that if or how it can be implemented. Some kind of, do you know the thing about the green, I forgot the name about this, with the sunflowers? It's a sign for people with visible or invisible disabilities. And it can help people if they need special assistance during some events to be more seen and to maybe like help the organizers to know which people might need a bit more assistance or might need to like be, not spectator, but like be, like help maybe a bit more and maybe need to be paid a bit more attention to meet their needs. And yeah, I had some more ideas, but I can't quite remember them right now. If you want to, you can come up later and I can like think about it again and maybe I find something more. Yes.
Covered.
Thank you. Philip's question is covered.
Can I just have one more thing to say? Please don't write the anonymous. Like, just at least state the first name and the section. It not only makes the minute easier, but also helps Reino Sarah to bring the microphone to the person. So please, please, please write your name and section. If there will not be in there, not trying to make anyone feel excluded. Yeah, amazing presentation. But yeah, like we will just cut these questions off. So no anonymous anymore, please.
Okay. So I think the topic about the question about the topics already answered. Can someone explain to me what the SI is?
Social inclusion, but that's covered. So we will take Laura's question.
Okay. So I have not thought about the social impact days until now. Yeah. So I don't have a specific idea about what to do yet, but I think there's still some time to come up with something. And I do know about the social inclusion stickers, but some people said that maybe it's not enough yet. So, but I will look into that and see, like maybe it can be improved, maybe not. So I'll have a look at that. Yeah.
Procedural.
Where did my question go?
Which one?
No, it was not. I'm not sure how this system works. I've never used it before. Is it that the CT checks it and it goes away, or? Yeah,
I checked it. I probably checked some wrong one.
No worries. So my question is, Mario, audit board. We had in the past several coordinators in this position, and I was wondering how you would like to measure your mandate and your success. What measurements would you like to implement so that you can say, yeah, this worked great or this didn't work?
I think it's hard to say that there's a possible way of measuring success. I think everyone that had this position had their own possibilities of implementing or not implementing some things. So I will do my very best. I can promise that. But if things work or if things don't work, it's also a thing about the circumstances that they're implied under and like how they're being taken by everyone and also how I'm like standing behind it and how much I'm doing. So I can just promise to do my best, and if it works, that would be amazing, really. And if it doesn't work, it's also okay, because not everything works all the time, but I can just promise to do my very best, and in the end, if I made an impact, doesn't matter how big or how small, I'm always going after the mantra, an impact is an impact, so even if it's the smallest impact and it can improve someone's experience, I'm happy, and I will take it as a success. Yeah.
I have one more question to everyone in here. Is anyone writing the question right now?
I did it before, but it was cut. So
Okay, just say it.
Yeah, like finish the question, and after this one, I suggest to close the speakers list. Is that okay? Any change? Okay, perfect. Thank you a lot. So the speakers list will be closed after one more question.
Okay. So, about the question how to include the ideas in the local sections from a national point of view, I'm not 100% sure yet, but I think, for example, when it comes, okay, it depends on what kind of ideas we're talking about. For example, when it comes to the things about how to address people or how to deal with some certain situations, I was thinking about maybe a pamphlet or something like this to educate people, to educate ESNers, to educate in general, because I think it's quite hard to make everyone come to a place where they're being taught about something. So I think in that specific context, a pamphlet or something like this, or an email, or I don't know if we can do obligatory things, but yeah, to try to reach the people when it comes to the things of how to address people, how to deal with some certain situations, and the rest, how to implement them in the local sections from the national point of view. I'm not 100% sure yet, but I'm very happy to also work together with a team afterwards that has more knowledge in that field, and to get myself more educated about that and to learn how to implement these ideas better. And also to the last questions, if I have a plan how to encourage sections to organize more social inclusion events. I do not have a specific plan yet, once again, but I think I will be able to come up with something, and also, once again, work with the former social inclusion coordinator and work with other coordinators to see how they used to do it or how they are planning to do it, so it can be a learning process for everyone, from everyone.
Just a reaction to that, that would be really very helpful for local sections, because we have struggled in the past with social inclusion events. Just ESN grads, sorry about that. And yeah, just if you indeed end up getting elected, I will ESN grads will appreciate it, that if you look into it and support local sections for social inclusion days and the events like that.
For sure. Thank you.
You can just hand it to me.
Okay, so thank you a lot for the presentation, and we can continue with Gabriel.
Okay. It's on?
Awesome. Thank you very much. Hello everybody. So my name is Gabriel and I'm applying for the position of National Training Coordinator. I'll tell you a bit about myself. Yeah, it's working. So yeah, I'm half Venezuelan, half Portuguese. I joined ESN actually in Portugal, moved to Vienna for work reasons and joined ESN Univi and ESN Austria hopefully soon. Let's see. I've been in ESN since a long time, 2017. Maybe some people are before me or no, but maybe a few at least. It's been a long ride. Yeah, I'm no longer a student, as you can imagine. That would have been a long time. I currently work as a software engineer, and yeah, for a while already. But as a second profession, while in my ESN career, I was exploring other things that I could do. Because I was there a long time, I got to really see many different things, and the thing that stuck with me the most was non-formal education, which is NFE. So NFE is non-formal education, and that's the thing that I kind of really stuck with me, because I could really develop myself to build up the new generations of ESNers, and not only you, this knowledge not only you can use within ESN but also outside ESN. So I really got into develop this skill more and more. I got to go to Starter, Educate Starter 2 years ago already. I got to join the Educate team, where I was the community manager for a year and a half, and currently I am the team leader of the feedback pool of Educate, which are the team that reviews the sessions that go for the international events to make sure that there is a minimum quality guaranteed there. So yeah, I've been really growing into this field, and I really want to continue it as a second profession. So yeah, that is pretty much what I'm focusing on also outside ESN, and I want to make it happen also inside ESN, or continue making it happen. More personal stuff, I really love design t-shirts. So, I mean, this weekend you will see me with ESN t-shirts, of course, but if you see me outside ESN, I will still have stamped t-shirts with memes or whatever images that you can imagine. And I really hate when you have these dishes and it's oily underneath. Oh my god, I really lost my mind. Yeah, yes. And so I really like dishwashers. Dishwashers are like such a blessing. I don't have to. I mean, if I. Yeah, I really don't like to touch the oily dishes. If it's dirty, it's okay, but if it's oily, just. I don't know. It's like there's a part of my brain that is just blocking completely. Okay, so what do I want to do with the position? Yeah, and what I would like to continue, because I already had got in touch with Anna. We were in actually this event, which was the national training event, talking about what it would be possible to do, what we wanted to achieve. And yeah, I of course joined her in this journey of hers. She needed help because she had one less limb available for the weekend, so that was also important. But yeah, we were really talking about having these opportunities throughout the Austrian network, and also getting people outside Austria to just connect and make the people feel that not only they're working for the sections, but that we're actually a network that can work together, that shares struggles, and we can also share solutions. Sharing these best practices, brainstorm together, and actually move forward. Because ESN has been evolving. I'm pretty sure for the people that joined in 2017 or earlier, ESN looked very different back then. So things really evolve with time, and the struggles really become new, and you really need to work on them. Yeah. So yeah, providing this space is what I would really like to continue. And I already started, and I think it was very successful, as we talked about it yesterday. Yeah, besides that, there are other things that I would like to do, which are analyzing the needs. So if there are new struggles that perhaps are not being highlighted, that we could focus on, especially about lacking of knowledge, or sections struggling with a specific, a specific knowledge that just escaped the section because of a bad transition, or positions not being filled, and so on. And yeah, assemble, I'm covering it. Okay, assemble the new generation, the current generation of trainers, and building up the new generation. In this room, I think we are 3 ESN trainers, also known as educators. Woo! Yeah, it would be a success if in a year from now, perhaps in this room, instead of being 3 people, perhaps there are 5 or 6. And then we can really build up the new generation and start spreading the non-formal education knowledge across our sections, and build up this as a normal skill to have. Yeah, that is pretty much it. My last slide is just my name and my email. Thank you very much.
Thank you a lot. Let's maybe check the Slido if we have some questions already.
Oh. It would be cognitive with students.
Should I just start?
Sure.
Philip is in Austria. What areas do you think have the biggest need for development in Austria?
Right. So within ESN Austria, so in general, what we noticed, especially after COVID, was that people were really undermining, or not undermining, but not considering how important it is actually to meet in person, right? Or having this space for connection. This is something that has been changing slowly, but this is definitely something where we want to work more. We really saw it in the event that we were presenting before, and yeah, this is kind of like the idea that we want to also spread out, that if you actually dedicate a weekend within your section to just get to know each other, that has a huge impact, not only on how your team is going to work together, but also even on the new ideas that you can get out of it and the new things that you can build as a team. I think this is perhaps the most important, just because we're still kind of transitioning from COVID. Besides that, this is exactly one of the points that I have on my to-do list, to understand better what are these needs. Because I have kind of like a rough idea, but I don't know exactly how it is in reality, right? And the generations are changing, so this information is changing constantly. Yeah. Thank you for the question.
Giacomo, here in Innsbruck, how do you plan to use or collaborate with other educators at national level, but also international level, as Educate is an international pool of trainers?
Right. Yeah, so I am part of the Educate community, which is a community of 150 people, more or less. Of course, there are some that are in Austria, but some are also in neighboring countries, or some are just in faraway countries that you like to travel. So every time we have an event in which we would like to have trainers, I would just reach out to this community and see, perhaps offer them, figure out if we can offer them accommodation and stuff like that, so we can invite them to bring their perspective to also our organization. Of course, if we have already trainers in Austria available, we would give them priority, but having this diversity and perspectives would be really nice. Besides that, I mean, since I've been community manager of the Educate team, I actually got to know a lot of these people in this community. So having the personal connection, it always makes it a bit easier for people to really engage, because ESN is about volunteering, but it's also about connections. So if you have friends that invite you to an event, most likely you're going to say yes. Yeah, I think that would be really working out. Thank you for the question.
Hello, Fabian from Eastern Austria. What was your favorite moment at the National Training event, and what would you like to improve at a potential future edition?
Nice. Good question. Favorite moment is a bit maybe unfair, because I was playing Uno very intensively, and that I really liked. There are two people here, three maybe, that were also there with me, so that was very intense 3 hours. It went very fast. But related to connections itself, it was really nice to actually bring people from outside Austria. Initially we were a bit hesitant about this, but Anna pushed forward for it because she made a lot of friends in EDM and in other international events, and she was like, no, let's just do it because there are some spaces, so let's really get them, invite them, and we really had a good time just talking with these people from different countries even, because they bring a different perspective, and sometimes it is actually similar struggles in a different context, but you can really relate and you can really share the solutions of the brainstorming process. So it is nice not only for the development of our own sections and country, but also to have people, the new people know, hey, we are a network, we're actually international, there's more stuff out there. Maybe I should actually go also international and see what else is out there.
You can read a question also.
Do you plan to create a national
program? Yes. So, Giacomo is in Innsbruck. Do you plan to create a national pool of trainers, since it's nice to have the international one, but many countries have their own, and it could also bring us some advantages, but we also need to create them, to form them first?
Yes, short answer, yes. There was the assemble in my presentation, so that is what I meant. Creating a national pool of trainers, yes, definitely.
Okay, hi, Alice, Audit since you had so much fun at the National Training event, would you like to organize another one?
Of course, of course. We already talked about it yesterday, definitely, we need to do it.
Perfect.
One more question to everyone again. Anyone writing the question at the moment? Okay, perfect. I suggest to close the speakers list. Anyone against? Thank you. You can continue, sorry.
Yes, I don't know what the next question is though.
Mario, audit board, might a bit more controversial one, and I would like to have your insight on it. From my experience in the last years, I've seen that Educate not always had the best image in Austria. Do you feel the same, or if not, if yes, what do you want to do to improve it? I've talked to your predecessor, and her perspective was a bit, let's say, not so much in favor of educate. I know you're part of the community, so do you see an application of your knowledge, and how do you want to work on those topics?
Definitely. So yeah, I mean the image of educate is a bit tricky one. So people can join the community if they go through a few steps, but then if they kind of abuse the power of being a trainer or not, you cannot really control that well. So it has happened that there are a few people across the network that have kind of stained the image, either by broken code of conduct or not being prepared for sessions and things like that. So there is definitely kind of like not a completely light image on educate. However, the new generations are really trying to work into improving this. So there are more hoops that you need to go through, more how to say, more training on how a trainer should behave and what can be done and what can't or what shouldn't. So definitely the new generations are changing that. I cannot tell you we're going to do something specific, but rather changing it progressively by getting people that are already prepared and know about these issues and will hopefully not commit them in the future as well. Nice.
Jidin is in Austria. Hello. My question, let me explain first. So the NT is a point where we can bring together everybody from ESN Austria for a training event. It's also kind of a networking. And my question is in that light, like, except for the NTE, do you have an idea or approach in mind how to train ESNers from all over of Austria? Because from at the moment, or like even also other countries have it, that there's like a focus for us, for example, in Vienna, because like a lot of people apply from there for the board and also the coordinator position, so that it's not just focused in the city, but like more focused, like, or an approach to grab everybody, like bring everybody up to the table.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is something we will need to check because, of course, it would be nice to have all the sections together more than a few times per year, but it's also not sustainable, and we also have many other things that we have to do. So perhaps getting the sections from the same cities or cities that are nearby to work together, that would be really interesting. This is definitely something to check, and it would be really interesting. It would really be good, as we were talking, because making these connections with other sections, especially for the newbies that just don't know anything and then get to know that there is other sections, there are other countries and so on, is really it really improves their motivation. But yeah, we need to see the feasibility of that and to which extent we can actually do it, because of course there's a lot of logistics behind it, and not always there's a lot of time since we're all volunteering. It is a good idea, we'll see if it's feasible, basically.
Pete from ESN Technikum Vienna. Looking at all the common practices or things that have been done only recently, considering how the national training coordinator position has been handled so far, name one thing that you'd like to stick to, that you liked, and one thing that you definitely want to change.
Yeah, alright. Well, very simple, being very simple, like assembling the pool of trainers is something that hasn't been done, so that's one thing to do. It was mentioned before as well. And yeah, getting the needs of the network as well. It was gotten a bit throughout a form for the training event, but I would like to see it just in general. So those are two things to change, and one thing to continue is definitely this NTE, and connecting the people at least having one time per year in which all the sections can have the opportunity to meet, share knowledge, and connect to that. Was that the last question?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you very much. See you around. With you?
And we would like to have one very quick, not really a proposal, but a question to ask, since we are already running behind. Just like to, to put a timing on the question is not very fair right now regarding to the people who already had a question. So like to try to keep like everything, the presentation and the question
for maximum of 15 minutes as it is right now. But please try to put the question as fast as possible and answer as fast as possible because we are now already quite behind. Thank you.
So I'm back again. Hi. I'm Atisha, for the few of you who don't know me yet. A little bit about me. These are my favorite hobbies in the world. In order of what I like to do the most, that is napping, right up there. Love naps. Love baking and traveling. Another thing that's not on there, but it's about to be my personality for the next 2 months, is I'm going to the Era store. And I'm a big 50, so it's not on there, but big part of my hobbies right now. Yeah, so I'm originally from India, then I've lived for a while in US. My home section is Klagenfurt. I'm the president of ESN Klagenfurt. And I am trying with a lot of difficulty to do my PhD there at the moment. Do not ask me any questions about that, please. But I've been a part of ESN for a while. Like I said, I'm the local president. I have been in the coordinator position before with social inclusion. It used to be National Social Erasmus back then. And currently I am in charge of European and youth organizations, which is getting changed a little bit. But my main area of focus was the EU part of it, which I really enjoyed, and I would like to continue on this amazing journey. Here you can see some beautiful faces. Some of these beautiful faces are also in the room with us. So earlier this year, for the European elections, we organized an event with about 100 people. If you were here yesterday, you might have heard from the presentation about EYP, which is the European Youth Parliament. We did this in combination with them. It was a really great panel discussion between different political parties. It was really nice to get people to mobilize a little bit and go vote. So this is part of some of the things that I've done so far. It was a very interesting project. A lot of calls every second week. Clara is nodding right there, so she was a big part of it, and we co-organized it. It was a really fun event, and I would like to continue to be on this journey for a little bit longer. So, question. Do you have any questions? No, I'm kidding. You can ask me whatever you want.
Okay, yes. I know.
The Slido is closed.
It should work now.
Yeah.
Sorry for the mistake.
I got so happy that people took my slide seriously and weren't gonna ask me anything.
Yeah, I closed it because you didn't want any questions.
Yeah. So plans for this.
I mean, there's no answer to this.
Hi, Ilse, ESN Latvia. Your journey in ESN is very cool events, but you didn't really speak about the plans that you have for your mandate. Could you maybe enlighten some ideas that you would like to do in the next year?
Yeah. So actually I joined sort of mid-term, so I didn't have a complete mandate yet. The idea would be to sort of continue some of the projects. I have some stuff going on in the pipeline already. We want to organize, so there is something called the Europa experience in Vienna for the people who are here. Some of the people from the national board, we were there for the European election party. It's a really cool place. You can learn a lot about the European Parliament and different organizations within the EU. It would be really, really nice to organize some events with them, including like a visit to that, just to kind of, it's very, very like a fun place and can be very interactive. And we would like to organize that. I'm already in touch with the people who kind of are in charge of organizing stuff there to do something along those lines. I know it's not entirely EU organization, but also the idea would be to work a little bit more closely with UN. maybe have some mock United Nations. I'm also in touch with the MUN department called UNA. It's called in Vienna. Unfortunately, I haven't found something similar in other cities, but we can, of course, arrange for people from different cities to come down, knowing that I'm also not from a Viennese section originally. I know how hard it can be for other sections to participate. Organizing something like that with ESNers is also something that I imagine would be very, very interesting. And yeah, events like that.
Philip is in Austria. What motivates you to run again for another mandate?
Like I said, I didn't get to complete my mandate yet. Also, it has been really interesting. There was definitely a big knowledge transfer that was needed. This is a position that requires some time because it's not something you can completely do internally within ESN. You have a lot of stakeholders who are very, very busy and don't always have the time for you. So it takes time to get in touch with everyone, and I've now gotten to know some of the people that are involved, and yeah, sounds like a really fun idea to take some of the ideas further.
Yeah, hi. Rajas, ESN Graz. What is the new role called? Maybe I missed it, I'm not sure.
So it used to be for European and youth organizations, and now it has been sort of split. So there is somebody else who's going to look into the youth organizations. I'm not sure if we have a candidate. No, at the moment we don't have a candidate for that yet. So which means that I was earlier also in charge of, for example, ISEC or EYP would be in my area of work, but now it wouldn't be, but I imagine that there's a lot of overlap. So whoever would take on that position, we would be working very, very closely together. I do not think it impacts the local sections in any way.
Okay, thank you.
Mario, I'll report. So what lessons did you learn from your past mandates in ESN Austria?
Very interesting. I have to say both my mandates have been very, very different. I think it depends a lot on the national board that you're working with, especially when it's a coordinator position. The experience varies a lot. With the National Social Erasmus coordinator, I was still relatively an ESN newbie. So it was very, very different back then. It was also a very new idea. I think it was one of the first mandates that they had in general for social Erasmus. They were still kind of fleshing out the idea. I remember going for the meetup in Greece. It was in Athens. And we had this event where there were people from all different countries, and the location itself was not like accessible. And I remember being like, this is National Social Erasmus. How do we have a location that's not even accessible for people with a wheelchair, for example? So I think that ESN is evolving along that, also the national coordinator positions. This one is a relatively new coordinator position as well. We haven't had that long in ESN Austria as far as I know. But it was a lot more interesting, I think, also because I got to be a lot more regularly in touch with people from different countries. They have something called like a spam group on WhatsApp where we're getting updates all the time about what different countries are doing. So we're a lot more in touch with each other, and it seems a lot more well connected and well fleshed out, I would say.
Thank you a lot. So question once again, anyone writing the question? Okay, thank you. So I propose to close the speakers list, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
And the next steps are.
Hello, I'm Sarah. For the ones who don't know me, I don't have a nice presentation, but maybe I can also introduce quickly myself. I'm already also working. I'm doing a PhD in the lab, but I always find time for ESN, so you don't need to worry. And I joined ESN after my Erasmus in Sweden in March 2022, so more than 2 years now, and I still like it a lot. And then I was in ESN Uni Wien. I did a lot of events. I was Stammtisch coordinator, then I became events manager. It was very fun to work in the board. I organized a lot of trips. I was part of the community meetings OC. I was happy to join a lot of international events and team buildings. And now I'm Vienna events coordinator, so I'm supporting Britain. And then I heard this position, section care coordinator, which sounds very nice. And I think I can help a lot. I can organize again a national team event together with Gabriel and Pia. I can help organizing the NAs from the different side the next time, not from the OC side. And also I can help with section care in general. So you can always tell us our problems and maybe we find solutions. Do you have any questions?
Philip is in Austria. Like most of the national level mandate holders, you are part of a Viennese section. How do you intend to ensure that sections outside of Vienna will be closer connected?
Yeah, that's a good question. Also sections are very different that I learned from ESN Vienna now, because ESN Wien is very big and has also problems where it works very differently. When there is a lot of money and a lot of people, you can do more and other stuff than with very small sections like the FHs, for example. So I understand now that different sections have different problems. Maybe we can do like a call and exchange there. Also, we can exchange at the NAs. He already said that the next NA will more focus on training, and then we can exchange more personal stuff. Yeah.
Hi, Rajas, ESNTU Graz. Can you tell us more about the position and what you will do as the coordinator?
That's a good question. So it's a new position, as you all know, and I think we will figure out there is always enough work in ESN, so I'm not afraid of that. Yeah, it's called section care. I care not about anything too much anyway. Now I can do it professional. And I just love working with Pia, so I can support her. I think there will be things to do. Also, maybe there was the position of alumni coordinator, and since Verena didn't apply yet, I can maybe take parts of her work until we have an alumni coordinator. But yeah, we will figure out what the position is for. And maybe if you're not happy in 1 year, you can close the position. But I hope that will not be the case, because I will try my best.
Yeah. Sophie, ESN Innsbruck. Not to overwhelm you with questions or anything, I was just curious if you have already some kind of plan in mind on how to support smaller sections that might be struggling.
That depends what are your problems. So maybe with recruiting, I know that that's maybe a problem. Then with motivating members, I was happy to attend a lot of workshops and talks and training activities, also by Gabriel, for example. So I learned a lot about that. Also, I don't know if you heard about ESN Angels. It's like an internal buddy system we use now. It's also very useful. If you need help with organizing events, I was in contact with Yes Trips, as Austria is now, so if you want to work with them, I can also help you, or the National Board will do that. Yeah, so just tell us what you need and we will help. And where's the presentation? I didn't have time to prepare one because I was busy with work organizing the NA and my personal flat situation.
Name and section for the last one.
Who is anonymous?
It was you?
No, I have a procedure.
No. Who had the presentation question?
Anonymous.
Okay, so do I have to read that? Okay.
I just wanted to mention that there are more questions down below.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it's not accepted.
Yeah.
Mario, audit board. I'm curious whether you want to also include future sections or candidate sections when we have them within your mandate?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if you know, but Meloni tries to be a section. I mean, Alice is doing great work as a president to include them, and also I think FA Campus. But since I'm actually at Meloni, I can help them and support them. Also, I think St. Pölten is doing now really great, and maybe we can do that with, I don't know what came out with the Krems discussion, but yeah. Yeah. So I'd like to be in contact with them.
Philip is in Austria. That responsibility also partially falls into the liaison officer for higher education. So I guess maybe together with the section care coordinator, this would be a good team with someone from the national board to build up sections. But that's definitely in the job description of Flohheim.
Okay, so once again, thank you all for the questions. Anyone still texting? Okay, so I see 2 more questions, and afterwards I propose to close the speakers list. Everyone okay with this? No. Okay, so 2 more questions.
Natalia Badnerwood, from what I understood, your position could have some similarities with other coordinator positions. Would you work with the other position? Because you said about training sections, it would be related also to the training coordinator position. And so what would be the case? Would you help also other coordinators in the sense of coordinator care? Or what was your idea?
Yeah, whatever is needed. We actually already have a group, and I really look forward to work with Gabriel and Pia. And if you know me or if you work with me, I cannot be quiet anyway, and I have a lot of opinions, and I think I can work with the other coordinators as well, also with the Lohai. Yes. Yeah. Is this covered or? Okay.
Margherita Giordano, International Desk. So you said that this is a new position. Have you considered talking to other NOs that have similar positions to know how it works in their countries?
No, but it's a good idea. Do you know if other countries have that?
In Italy, we don't have this position, but we have the vice president, which takes care of the HR part, so like the health of the sections, basically. And we have a national committee, which is called Network Care, so that's basically what your position does, if I understood correctly from your presentation.
Yeah, that sounds very good. Maybe we can talk later.
Yeah. Thank you.
I have a comment. Hi, Ilse is in Latvia. I have a comment. If it's a new position or one that there isn't an accessible knowledge transfer, one thing that I did in preparation for my presidency mandate is to reach out to the networks, as you mentioned, the Network Care Committee of ESN International. They will be more than happy to do a knowledge transfer session for you. So this is something to do.
Yeah, I think that sounds very nice. Yeah, there are also the community meetings coming up in Prague, and I applied for that if I get a spot. I will learn more and then give the knowledge to you.
Thank you a lot for the presentation.
Thank you for the same. And next.
Hello, my name is Clara. You already met me during my presentation of the safety team and during the whole day, hopefully, and yesterday. I'm applying for the position as grants coordinator. Who am I? I'm studying currently in my master's and writing my master thesis in ethics, but I'm living in Burgenland and I'm a social worker in a violence protection center in Wiener Neustadt. And also, right now, I'm still liaison officer towards educational institutions. And yeah, I thought it's maybe time to get a new position. A little bit about my ESN biography. I joined, or not joined ESN, I was helping ESN in the body system of ESN Uni Wien from 2019, and it's still going on. And then after my exchange semester in Belgium, when I came back, I just wanted to be part of ESN as a member. So I joined in 2022 in May, and it feels like at the same time I already was part of national level, because I had no idea what's going on. Someone told me there's a position, so I applied and I got the position, and it's already my second mandate as liaison officer. And what happened so far was that, yeah, a lot of things were happening, and one part was a GIA project. Atisha was already telling about it. Focus groups were going on. We had volunteering promotion events and a national policy dialogue, and all this was part of, was co-funded by the European Union. And for me, it was a nice experience to see that on the international level there are like funding opportunities, and I think that could also be something for ESN Austria. So when I heard about the position as grants coordinator, I just thought maybe I can use my contacts or my curiosity about all those opportunities to just check what's in it for ESN Austria and its sections. And yeah, I'm already working on something. Someone offered ESN a huge donation because he has a lot of money and he needs someone to spend it on. So I think we will be rich after my mandate. But if this is not working out, I hope we'll find something else as well. Yeah, so it's a brand new position, and I just hope with a lot of, yeah, I will ask a lot of people for help who already have insights in those things, but also I just check what Google is giving me. Thank you.
Yes? Because I know what I'm going to type myself, so. Hello? Oh. Hello? ESN Ilza ESN Latvia. I wanted to ask, is there any grant or idea that you have in mind already? Like anything you have researched that could be already interesting for ESN Austria?
I don't have anything in particular in mind right now. I just know from they're often offering some opportunities in their newsletter. Also Jeff, BJ, and other organizations do have some opportunities in their newsletter, so it also depends on what we want to go to. For example, I think it's Jeff, and they are offering some support if you're providing an event where you are promoting going there by bike. So maybe that's something for ESN Austria or its sections, I don't know. But I don't have anything particular in mind yet.
Mario, how did it work? Do you have a goal set for your mandate? When it comes to grants?
For me, if I finish the mandate and we had one grant, I will be happy. But it also depends on the scale. For example, a GIA project was a huge project, and it took a lot of time and effort to understand this project. But also, for example, for the NA in St. Pölten, they got a grant from the city, or not from Lower Austria.
State. Yeah.
Yeah. And so maybe something like that. So if you're organizing an NA, you can reach out to me and I can try to see if I can find any opportunities for grants. But 3, if I just say any random number.
Philip is in Austria. What learning did you take away from your previous work with grants that you want to leverage in your mandate?
I think it's always difficult if there is a grant, and then of course they give you a frame with what needs to happen, and they give you deadlines and all those things, so that might be stressing, and some people could get nervous that we maybe could not reach the goals. But so my learning is just to be patient and just ask a lot of times to the responsible person, because usually they're really helpful. And yeah, most important thing is of course about knowing the Bedingungen, like to know what's needed.
Mario, local active member. I've heard great things about your previous mandates. Second and third hand information. So what steps will you take to improve the visibility of your work?
Can you say the question again?
It's the visibility of what you did in your past mandates towards the most basic local level in years in Austria, maybe except for Vienna. I'm speaking from a local section from a different city, has not been there in the last years that big or obvious. So I would say that's something you should consider. How can you present the work you do that it actually reaches us in the outskirts?
That's a good question. I need to think about what I want to say and how I want to do it. Of course.
I'm happy if you just think about it and consider it.
And what I was thinking, for example, for the next NAs, they might hopefully be also outside of Vienna. So maybe there I will reach out to the local sections. Yeah, and then during NA giving short presentations about what just happened.
Comment, Philip is in Austria. I would like to get back to our statutory requirement for every coordinator to provide a report during the NAs or for the NAs. That's part of the position that every coordinator actually has to inform the National Assembly, and we haven't been doing that, and I want to be very strict on it.
So you can't see my question on the screen yet, but my question was, do you know what the ESN International Grants Lab is? Because it's a great event if you're interested in grants. I was there in January and they are thinking of doing it again. And if you don't know what it is, come to me later and I will tell you.
I will reach out to you, but I also joined the online session, but I think I kind of lost the point at some point. But yeah, also from ESN Poland, Adam was giving a presentation during SEP about grants. I think I also want to reach out to him. So if you also have contacts, I would be thankful for this.
Thank you a lot for the question and answers. Anyone texting at the moment? So I propose to close the speakers list. Anyone against? Thank you a lot.
Maybe you could be in charge of the slide over because he's managing a lot of things and he's not closing action. So I was trying to
Hello.
I was trying to make it easier for you.
My name is Jana, and I'm happy that I can present my health and well-being application. I'm applying for health and well-being coordinator, and yes,
A little bit about me. So I'm studying comparative literature in my master's right now. And I'm thinking about starting art history, but I'm not sure because I'm concentrating on my main studies and completing everything. But I'm doing a lot of things beside that, and I love nature and reading and socializing. And as you can see, I'm in nature here, and lots of butterflies. And yes, and I think also that nature is really beneficial for one's health. So yes. And this is from the sunset picnic that I organized, and yes. And I've also have been Green Week's coordinator a few times. Some events that have been noticed in the past. The sunset picnic I mentioned. I've organized, Victoria organized that. And the Vienna Pride Yoga I organized, and some other events that benefits one's mental and physical health. So, for example, hikes, which are really popular. So yeah, and football with ESN, and also there has been a re-entry ready where we prepared incomings to return home. Yes, and my plans for the candidacy are that everyone's healthy, and that I, of course, gather the other health-related events in the past, and also organize Erasmus games in the future, and more games in general, like, yeah. And if there are any suggestions from you guys on how to be more healthy in the sections and in general, then you can hit me up. Yeah. Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Can I start without the mic? Just recently,
string.
Thank you. Rajas, ESNTU Graz. I would love to know more about the plans about the Erasmus Games, and if you have any set date or timeline in mind regarding that.
They're next year. I'm not sure where they are because I think it's not decided yet. But yes, I'm looking forward to that, and they're next year, and they've been in Poland last year, so wherever they are, it will be nice.
Giacomo is in Innsbruck. The next International Erasmus Games will be in Italy, so close to us.
Okay.
It's not defined which city at the moment. They are still figuring out, but it shows the country should be chosen from what they told me, but they'll see still working on it.
Nice.
But my question was more, how do you plan to organize it at national level? And first of all, do you have some idea to how to support the local section to organize first the local Erasmus Games, because the structure will be local Erasmus Games, yes, in Innsbruck, Klagenfurt, whatever, and then national and then international. So we have to start somewhere. Do you have some idea how you could support them?
I think I'm working with the social inclusion coordinator really closely, and we're organizing the Erasmus Games. And I'm asking there, and then maybe look for best practice in the past, and yes, and then look at the location and what's going to play and stuff, and like who wants to play what. Yeah. Thank you.
Mario, Auditboard. Health and well-being, or especially health, is a big topic in ESN. Would you see the emphasis of your position as national coordinators more towards us as ESNers, or more towards helping the local sections towards their incoming exchange students?
I think both. In a way, it's important to be healthy now, and for post-Erasmus students, there's often the issue that they have post-Erasmus depression, and they don't feel as well because they're coming home, and then the adjustment is hard and can be difficult. But I'm working closely in my section with the people that have been organizing the re-entry ready event, for example, which has been focusing on post Erasmus time. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so I have a question for exactly that. Is there any plans or possibilities for making events for people that have done their Erasmus and are back to Austria, like to support them again afterwards? Because I think a lot of people, even if they're preparing before in the seminar, are not really prepared for what is coming, because I mean you can describe it as much as like possible, but I think once they are really re-entering it can be harder to deal with it. So are there any plans or possibilities for supporting them again, or making plans for supporting them again after they're back?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, we've had re-entry ready, like the events. We've been focusing on people coming back from Erasmus, and I think it's a good idea to plan more. Like I've been at one event where we talked about post-Erasmus, like depression or just feeling low in general. So yeah, be a good idea.
Just a clarification for me. You just said we had the re-entry,
Yeah.
whatever. Who is we?
ESN Unigen.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Pete, ESN Technicum. Do you have any plans on including the Drink More Water campaign at local national events, just like he's an international person?
Yes, I remember that. And we talked about like it not working in the past, but in the future, I have written it down and we'll look at it.
Fabian, National Board. Do you see any areas of improvements for national event types to make it healthier?
Was it not a selfie?
No, that's why I'm asking.
So maybe more safety, like just in general, like to be there for people. Like I'm not sure if there was something like that was, yeah, but I heard that. I'll ask around.
Mario, Audiport. This has raised some laughters now, but I think we should really consider it very, very seriously. An Alps without a helicopter rescue is a good Alps, and it has not been happening that often. We had several people being brought injured to hospitals per event, so this should be on our priority list and prioritized more.
Yeah. Okay. So helicopter.
Jillian in Austria, do you have any ideas or plans to bring up the health and well-being topic during our NAs?
Yes, I will do that. And I'll plan on, like I said, working with the social inclusion coordinator position. And then just in general, like asking what has been done so far. And what everyone thinks is the healthiest way, because everyone has a different opinion, so.
Thank you.
Okay, so everyone knows what's going to follow. Everyone still.
Is anyone still writing the question? Okay, so I propose to close the speakers list. Everyone okay? No abstains? Perfect. So the speakers list is closed, and thank you a lot for the presentation. And now the fun part and the proposals. Artsy stuff.
Are there some working group members who would like to join me?
Would you like? We will do the announcement about how the legal.
This is not an NB presentation. It's a working group presentation.
Wait, Philip, can we get the mic back?
Before we will start, we would like to have one announcement. So, since we have a lot of legal proposals coming, and so on, in case you feel like you need to mentally step out of the room or whatever, don't feel overwhelmed, like feel free. It would be great to be here and to listen, but as long as you have a capacity, so if you don't feel mentally okay to be here, just please step out. And yeah, for the later amendments, right now afterwards we will have a coffee break, but there's going to be a longer queue for the proposals. So if you would feel like you need a break, or you see that people need a break, just feel free to just raise up a suggestion to add some more break. Thank you.
It's going to be fun to correct after.
Which one do you want to start with? Number 3 statutes.
Okay, so earlier this year I started an open call for a working group to work on the legal documents of ES in Austria. And now we took a look at primarily the statutes, the standing orders, the expenditure guidelines, and partially the NA guidelines so far. And we will go document by document, split into not so controversial and more controversial. We will start with the less controversial, so we can skip them through faster, because it's a lot of wording changes, some extension of, for example, also the definition of the student association, and generally just improvements where we saw that the documents are not as good as they could be. And then later on we will have the more heated discussions. That's why we have much more time in the agenda, because we will definitely need your input on those, or we expect input from this. Let's put it this way. Alright, so the first proposal is proposal number 3 from the working group on the ES in Austria statutes, and it addresses the paragraph 1 of our statutes. Now, what we saw is that the definition, by the way, just as an info, legally binding, the German document is, and we have an English copy, so maybe we can skip to the English copy to make it understandable, just to make sure everyone can actually follow. However, legally binding, the German version is. So if you want to vote on it, please also check on Drive, the German version of it, not just the English one, okay? So we took it, the definition of our beloved association, and right now what you can see, we support the interaction between students of different cultural backgrounds. Now this is very, very narrow. It's very narrow, so we thought it makes sense to widen that, because it's not just Erasmus for exchange students, but it's Erasmus Plus. It also includes interns, and also we have a lot of volunteers, so we want to extend the scope of that, because that's what we do already, so it only makes sense to adjust it. Then we extend also the target group away from just exchange students and full degree international students. We extended it to all kinds of students, exchange students, international full degree, blah blah blah. So also here, not just target group exchange students, but also the target group is broader, so that you actually have more space to maneuver. That's it. Yeah.
You can prepare the next one, Philip.
Clara is an Uni Wien. Isn't students already including exchange students and full degree students? They are also students.
One could argue.
Probably yes, but why not have it additionally to make it more clear for the Austrian bureaucrat who might file this document somewhere and never read it?
Alright, then we move on to proposal number 8, proposal for expulsion. So yesterday...
I felt so. Sorry.
That's the next one actually, like 8, and then we move on to 10. Yesterday you heard Fabian proposing as it comes for expulsion. This he did because we must do that as a national board, because they haven't been here present in 3 consecutive NAs. What we want to change is the wording from must to can. Why is that? Right now we have to, no matter if the section is actually improving and getting better or not. It doesn't matter, but we must propose them for expulsion. We would like to cut ourselves some slack and we'll change the wording, because not for all sections in ES in Austria it makes sense to propose them for expulsion, although in the past there would have been multiple of those, including St. Pölten, Linz, and some others, which actually WKW, which by now actually are quite functional, we could say. So that's why we would like to change the wording.
To give a historical perspective, it used to be that way. So it's a reverse of changes which have been done in the board 1920, 21, 22, something around that time. They made it mandatory to propose. That was controversial back then, but it was approved, and I think it's way more fair and more lenient towards sections if it's an optional and not a mandatory thing.
Okay, coming to proposal 10 for the statutes. Explicit mentioning of vote of non-confidence. And it is combined with change 10.1, which is restructuring the NB chapter. So we're going to wait a moment. Right now, according to the general legal basis of associations, any vote can be reversed. So for example, if you elect us as a national board member, you can also unvote us as a national board member if the National Assembly doesn't want it. That's the legal basis already. So here, this change number 10 basically is no change at all. It just explicitly states that there is a possibility to remove single board members or the entire national board by applying the same voting mechanism that was used to put them into the position. Legally, there is no change. It just now is explicitly mentioned so that if, whenever it might need it or might be intended, now you also can read it and find it in our statutes. On top, we deemed the order, the current order of the National Board chapter in our statutes not really logical, because we thought it makes more sense to actually have blocks of how to get into the mandate, what to do during the mandate, how does the mandate end, and some general information. This order currently is not applied with the new order, that's why there is a lot of red actually in the 10.1. It is just no content changed, just adjusting the order. What you see right now here is what I talked about previously, because the procedure of getting rid of the national board member or the national board is currently explained in our standing orders, although the voting mechanism for national boards is described in its statutes. So our suggestion is to remove that one line, number 12 of the standing orders, instead include the content into the statutes where the rest of the whole procedure is displayed, and then adjust the order so that it's easier to understand. Content-wise, there are no significant changes.
Natalie is in Body Network. So how would that work? For the procedure to start, somebody has to propose a topic for the agenda for the expulsion of a member, and then we vote on that during the NA, or because it's not clear if, so it would be just a topic that any member can just propose to the NA to get into the agenda.
The agenda extension is regulated, and I guess our two-lovely AP member will talk about it.
There is a minimum requirement of 10% of members to propose this. So members are sections, we are like 15, so 2 sections need to propose it. It's not just any local ESNer or any one section, you have to reach a certain, even if it's a minority, you have to reach a certain threshold to put it there.
Right. Moving on to proposal number 13. By the way, it might be worth for you to take some notes if you do not want to mix up the numbers of the proposals later, but you will have the time to vote on it, so, and ask clarification questions anytime. So proposal number 13 for the statutes, clarification of signature guideline. Right now, it is not entirely delineated here in number 6 who of the treasurer and the president is allowed to sign what. So we thought it makes sense to just take this one paragraph and actually split it up more properly or more delineately, and have that written copies of contracts and agreements can only be signed with the president's signature, and any monetary matters like asset dispositions and daily operations can be signed by the treasurer or the president. Just to make it clear, content-wise, actually nothing changed. It's just now easier to understand because before it was more like gibberish, to me at least. Okay, moving on to proposal number 16, local president's voting right. Now, here we need to differentiate. There is one original proposal and there's an amendment. Tomorrow, we will first vote on making the amendment to the proposal, and then in the second voting round, you will actually vote on the amended proposal. What does the proposal include? This one is the original proposal, it's empty. That's why it had to be amended, because the wrong document was sent. And like this is just a copy-paste of the current statutes. There is no proposal in here. That's why there is an amendment to it, because out of an empty proposal, we made a proposal with content. That was just a mess up.
Could you go to 13 amended?
What?
13 amended.
Just a little input for also the voting tomorrow. For everyone who is not so versed in the whole proposal structure, we have proposals, and then the proposal can have amendments. If you vote on the amendment, the proposal gets changed, and then you vote on the changed proposal. If you like the proposal the way it is, which doesn't make sense here because it was a mistake, but there are other proposals, when you like it in the original, you do not vote on the amendment, but then you can vote on the proposal. If you have any questions on this process, you can always approach us. We are experts in that. But just, we might explain it again tomorrow, but just so you know, the amendment changes the proposal. If you don't want the proposal to change, you don't vote on the amendment, and then you can decide whether to vote on the original proposal.
This is what I mean.
Just some semantics.
Okay.
You will vote on the amendment, but you vote no. You don't skip the vote on the amendment, you vote no.
Now we found the one document we were looking for. So coming back to proposal number 16, now not the empty one, but actually the one with changes. That's the empty one. That's the one with changes. Alright, so right now, if a local president comes to NA and is part of the national board as well, they should not be allowed to vote. Status quo. Okay? Now, the change that we propose is, first of all, to change the wording that a president part of the national board should avoid being the vote delegate, because you are at the same time representing a section and the national level, so it shall be avoided whenever possible. Yeah. The vote should be delegated if possible. That's the main essence of it. Alright, there are some questions.
Just to make sure, Peter, ESN Technicum, just to make sure that we don't have to do everything all over again, there is a mistake group presented by, because in the past we once had to have an entire vote again on whether to actually approve again a space that was missing between two words. Just asking to make sure.
Yes, we have a provision that grammar mistakes can be fixed without vote. So if you find stuff like that in the proposals or even in the documents where there is no proposal, and for sure there are mistakes in our documents, send them to the national board, and when they update the statutes or the documents after this event, they can add all the corrections which adjust grammar or spelling and numbering. As long as the change does not touch the content or the meaning, and it's just for grammar, spelling, or numbering, it can be done without a vote.
Sophie, yes, in Innsbruck. since it is possible to delegate your vote to another section if no member of your section is present, I'm not entirely sure I see the need for this change, since I also agree it should be avoided that a national board member votes as a local board member or as a local president.
Do you expect an answer?
Yeah, okay. Maybe sorry, yeah, that was not a question. My question is, why do we need to change it if you can delegate your vote to another section?
I will counter it with a question. Why should I, as a local president, have to delegate my vote to another section if I am present at the meeting? I'm a board member, national board member, and I'm a local board member. I was voted for both positions. I have the trust of ESN Austria and of my local section. Why should I be hindered on representing my local section if there is nobody else at the meeting except for me? Why should we then delegate it to another section?
Can I answer that right now? Or because I also see the conflict of interest, and I think that's something you know when you run for a national board position or local president, depending on which comes first.
So yeah, it's the basic question of conflict of interest above the needs of the section or not. And this does not change per se the rules we have right now. It clarifies and it says should be avoided. It's not that much of a change.
Small comment on that. As you just said, avoid to be doesn't change anything. So why include it legally?
Because you will hear another proposal later on, which is proposing that it's not possible to be a local and national board member at the same time. There is another option for that. We will discuss about that later. And in combination, it makes much more sense than on an individual look, basically. But the conflict of interest is actually precisely our narrative behind it, and you will hear about it later on more. Okay. Then let's move on to the last one of this category, which is proposal number 17 for the statutes, adjustment of formulation. Also replaced because it was part of another document. So now it is actually in the form that you know. Right now in our statutes it's written that election and dismissal of members of the national board as well as the financial auditors. However, there are much more organs of our association which are not represented in this line. That's why we would like to change it and not just limit it to financial auditors and national board, but include all association organs that we vote on today or in the last NA in this very paragraph. That's the main change. Because then suddenly the audit board also is held accountable for it.
Natalia, this is what it works. It's just for the bodies that are on the national level.
Correct, because we cannot influence the local level much.
Okay, but it's not. It's implicit in the National Assembly.
This one is in the topic of rights of the National Assembly.
Ah, okay.
So it's board and financial auditors are historically in there because at the past times we only had those two bodies, and now we have the main arbitrator, we have the audit board, which are both labeled as bodies within our statutes, but they have not been included yet in this point.
The National Assembly is also a body of ESN Austria, right? So can technically the National Assembly be dismissed by the National Assembly?
Do you elect the National Assembly?
No, but we vote on new members.
New sections being part of the NO?
And the National Assembly dismisses sections, like with grants. So I think it makes sense in that case.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Any more questions? Okay, then OC, CT.
Thank you a lot. So, right now we have a little coffee break. So please go ahead, try to refresh a bit, and see you back in 15 minutes. Time right now would be
At 11.
Oh, at 11. Let's do 11.
One more thing, if you have any questions about legal documents, feel free to approach Georg, Alice, or myself. We're here to help, here to explain. There are no stupid questions, so please ask.
You can take up my question. Use your pointer.
Does anybody want something? I will go get something. You what? Oh my god, I actually learned something.
Would you mind if you can take a picture because I just texted yesterday night?
Okay.
I also want to. Thank you very much.
Philip, one of the things you also support one with the Bali country. Yeah, I saw that. Because I originally die Vorzeit oder was? Aber gibt's auch noch vielleicht na, das gibt's. Der wird der Firma. Kannst du den geben? Kannst du der Firma geben? Ja, das ist Boah, geil, das ist geil. Ja, das ist schon geil. Das haben wir jetzt noch nicht geschafft. Das machen wir in der Vienna, sind das sofort in das habe ich. Aber ich denke mir, das ist weiter, wenn ich das so gebe.
I need to check which ones now.
I think the amended version should say.
I already know there's like for the whole legal stuff I'm gonna have to rewatch the live stream just to understand what the proposals were.
Standing order proposals 1AB.
Like here I have watched the live stream.
2 amendments by working group amended.
Because that also doesn't follow the format that I made, so I'm gonna have to format all of this, right? Because I made like just right, like as it was in the and there's question round after the proposal, so I need to either I will have to change. I think I will make a second document and do it like take everything from this and you know what I'm trying to say. Like start from the beginning.
Okay, everyone, please take their seats as fast as possible.
Georg.
Sagen muss ich nichts, oder? Show of course.
Sorry to step in the
Okay, so just to remind once again, should you not feel mentally okay, like there's going to be a lot, please feel free to step out or to suggest a coffee break. And I believe we can continue now.
Yes, moving on to the second legal document.
Sorry. It was not mentioned before, but if you are stepping out, please go to the wooden classroom so it minimizes the noise for the people that are in here. That's all.
Right, so we're moving on to the second legal document, which is standing orders now. Same topic, not so controversial proposals. Starting with proposal 1, there are two options that initially have been submitted. One was with the wording an appropriate amount of body country delegates coming to our NAs for free. The second proposal was up to 2 of the same. We now just merged them into one proposal.
Natalia, procedural, could you, for the people that are really far away, tell the folder that you're putting, because I cannot read that, and I want to find a document.
There are many free seats here. And you can find the documents in the,
That's a good answer.
in the PAX folder, proposals, and then you have the legal documents, in this case standing orders. Okay, so this one. What you can see is, in black, this is the current status. In red, what we want to eliminate from the current status. In green, what we want to add to the current status. And crossed out in green, and instead written in blue, the amendment. Okay? So what you would vote on first in the morning tomorrow is the amendment of, first of all, just merging them and creating one proposal with the wording of 2 body country guests are exempt from the participation fee of the National Assembly. That's the amendment that you will be voting on, and Fabian will explain more about the general proposal.
Yes, so this proposal is about the NA and about the participation fee. As you know, we all pay the participation fee, but there are some exceptions. For example, the chairing team, the national board, and also we have that our body country guests don't have to pay a participation fee. However, right now it is not written how many body country guests are exempt, and in theory, if we follow this really strictly, this would put our budget in really bad shape. So we limit it to 2. Still 2 people from Czech Republic can come for free to our NAs. but only 2. More people can come, obviously, but they would have to pay the participation fee.
Or the national board invites them, but that's a different flower from that's another story. Alright, coming to the next proposal. Proposal number 2, amendments by working group. I'm sorry.
Pete from SustaiNAbility Vienna, how would you, I don't know, elect which countries have to pay in original?
It's only one country, or body country, is in Czech Republic.
All other countries have to pay.
Rajas, isn't you Graz is like a body country fixed? Can it change in the future, and how does that work?
I think it's not a really official ESN thing, but it has been established within ESN that some countries are body countries. Germany and France, I think, used to be or are still body countries. In the early days, Austria and Switzerland were body countries. Some years ago, the cooperation with Switzerland kind of fiddled out, and now we have better connections with Czech Republic, so they are currently our body country. There was the discussion whether Hungary should also be our body country or not. It's more or less informal. There is, I think, no official process to be a body country. It's an agreement between 2 national organizations, and it's also reciprocal, so if we go to the Czech Republic, we get benefits at their NA as well.
Which is currently not the case, just putting some pressure on it.
This is what I was
So, we are not exempt from participation fee right now, unless the generous...
Yeah, there was some miscommunication.
Atisha, ESN Klagenfurt. So this is nowhere legally or in writing defined what is our body country. So just theoretically, hypothetically, the national board could randomly decide on a new buddy country, and we could just decide that this year we've chosen, I don't know, Sweden to be our buddy country, and those people could come for free.
And even better, right now, an unlimited number of people could come to the NA for free.
Come for free? Technically not, we're not paying travel. We're just exempting them from the participation fee. So
yes.
the amount we're going to spend on it is known, and it's not going to blow up our budget because we need to pay for the flights from Sweden.
Yeah, there's a comment, reaction from Raj.
Rajas, isn't you Graz, but again, isn't that very arbitrary, and then what's the point in the statutes then?
Yes, it's completely arbitrary, and it's in the standing orders right now, so it's not in the statutes. This one can be changed easier, more often per year. It does not cost us money to change. In case the sections are not in favor of having those exceptions for buddy countries, you still have the possibility until midnight tonight to write an amendment which removes them completely, so they don't get free spots. You can even add a line to define what is a buddy country, and maybe also add something how we can pick a buddy country, what the process should be. Those topics, how to pick, how the process should be, I would say exceed the scope of those proposals now. But if that's a topic the sections are interested in, we can write documents for the next NA, where it's then clear who gets to choose who is the buddy country, how they are elected or proposed or whatever. And we have every possibility to define that.
Join the working group.
I think I'm a little confused how this works when a buddy country is not defined in our statutes. How can this be a part of a legal document when the definition does not exist? How is this binding at all? I am a little confused there. Sorry, Atisha, yes, I'm calling first.
Good point. It's a valid point. So far, we have used it like it's written in black. The national boards have proposed this inclusion of buddy country free spots some years ago. It was approved by the sections. It was not questioned in the way it was written, and it was handled as a tradition that Czech Republic is the buddy country. They get some free spots, maybe 2. I don't know if we ever handed out more than 2, but a lot of this is very informal and based on lived practice and tradition in East and Austria. So far, nobody has questioned the validity of it, so therefore it was worked. It was the board worked with the line like it's written in black, and it was not doubted.
Within East and Austria, the buddy country, we have them like written down on the ESN wiki. So if you look there, that's where we publicly state who is our buddy country at the moment. And I don't know about legality, but I think in the context, if that's there, and the buddy country is written on the ESN wiki, then it's like kind of defined there. Like if you want to question that, you can look it up there and then still have a discussion on that or like see what's going on. Thanks.
Hi. So I would like, I see 2 more hands raised at this moment. Is there anyone afterwards who would like to still ask something? Okay, in that case I would like to suggest to close the speakers list. And the speakers list is closed. Thank you.
Pete, Houston Technicum. Philip said a few minutes ago, potentially it could be an unlimited amount of buddy countries. So what is it? Unlimited or up to 2?
And right now, according to the black writing, there is no limit to how
but
many.
It says up to 2.
We're now confusing buddy countries and spots for buddy countries. We have 1 buddy country, 1 country at the moment, but we could take unlimited people from that country with the current wording.
Oh.
That's why we propose to limit it to 2.
Natalia is in Margarwood. Maybe my question is not entirely to the blue part, but you said should a petition be raised? This case is that everybody else would get a rise on the existing participation fee if, or what?
It's not about rising, like growth of the participation fee. It's about if we demand a participation fee to attend the event.
Like extraordinary.
Back in the good old days, anno 2012, NAs were for free. You didn't pay participation fee.
Okay.
And in January 2015, in Innsbruck, the first time in living memory in years in Austria, there was a participation fee to cover the food and the accommodation and the venues and so on. Ever since then, NAs had participation fees.
Ordinary ones.
Ordinary, yes. The regular ones. Nobody, except for Marco and myself, maybe, I was never a participant on an NA without a participation fee. Marco might have been. So this one just says, if there is a miracle and the NA is for free, it's for free for everyone.
This applies, for example, to online NAs. They don't have a participation fee, so.
Okay, now I get it, thanks.
Alright, then let's move on to the second topic, which is proposal number 2. Amendments by working groups. Amended. So again, you see the very same structure. Black is the current status. Red is the original submission, what we would remove. Green is the original submission, what we want to add. Crossed out superscript, crossed out green, and instead written in blue, that's the amendment. So right now, you will vote in the morning for the amendment to bring it to this proposal, to change the wording in a way that everything that's blue actually is added, like nominate another nomination, this one here at the bottom. Blue gets only added if you approve the amendment tomorrow morning. And the stuff staying here in green, that's part of the original submission already. And here, basically, the main change is that here in the bottom, the amendment will change a little bit the wording of the proposal that we have. Should I first explain what it's about, or do you first want to ask a question?
Yeah, there's a question about the colors. Just listen to you, Brad. So why is the difference between green and black if the green is already the original thing that you said?
No, it's not. Black is the current status.
Yeah.
Green is the first version of what we proposed, and blue is the second version of what we propose. Why is there a difference between the first and the second? Because we learned, we talked to sections, we thought about a better approach to it, so we made an amendment because we think that the blue version is much better than the first submission that we made. That's why it's...
So, with first submission, what do you mean? Like, are we like, did we vote on it already, or...?
You will vote on, first of all, accepting the second submission, which is the amendment, and only if the amendment is accepted, then you will vote on this wording here in the bottom, that the working group sends its finalized amendments of the legal documents to ESN Austria before the submission deadline to the audit board, which is obliged to submit them as they are on time. If you reject the amendment in the morning, then you would vote on the working group sends its finalized amendments to legal documents of one of the association organs listed in number 37 that does not supervise the working group.
Okay, I still don't get it. Maybe I'll ask it later, like what it means. Yeah. I have no idea. Yeah.
Alright, so basically, in essence, what this proposal is about, combining the amendment and the original proposal, the essence content-wise is that currently a national board member is the only instance that can supervise a working group. That means, if for some reason the national board doesn't like you, they would not accept supervising your working group and you could not work on the topic that the sections are interested in, which would be a pity. And we think it's better that if also other association organs like the audit board, like the main arbitrator, and the national board can supervise working groups, so that if we are not friends, you might be friends with Mario, and then also Mario as an audit board representative could supervise the working group.
To give a context, when the working groups were introduced, we added the supervision of the national board for an explicit reason that the national board should be informed and aware of what's going on in working groups. That's the reason. And as Philip explained, there is loopholes where the national board could block work from a working group, which is not intended in the original version. And also what we've seen in the last year, there have been working groups started during the mandate of a national board with the supervision of an individual board member. The working group worked and it was productive. Then the mandate ended, that person was no longer national board, therefore that person could not supervise the working group anymore, and the work of the working group was hindered. So we want to add more options so a working group can continue, and the principal idea behind the supervision is information towards the national board, not like ruling over the working group.
And Natalia is in the network. So point 2 would apply if somebody from the audit board or the main arbitrator is part of the working group but not a national board member, so that national board member needs to be nominated. But already somebody from the audit board and main arbitrator are part of the working group. Because otherwise it's
You're speaking about number 2 here, right?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. If the national board is not the one supervising the working group, as you rightfully said, but for example the audit board, then still the national board should be informed about what's happening in the working group without leading them, without too closely working with them. They just should be informed about the progress and what's going on, what's being discussed. So this connection point, that should be nominated. But since the national board member only needs to be informed and doesn't have to lead the working group, the responsibility is very different. But this person should be nominated.
Yeah. So if the case that we are in point 2, already somebody from the audit board or main arbitrator is already on the working group.
Moving on to proposal number 3 for the standing orders. Special obligations of national board members. So you see in red what we would like to remove, in green what we would like to add. Currently, it is, as with the sections also, that the president of the section, as well as the president of the national board, is the legal representative of the association. Nothing changes about that. We differentiate here, like out of this one very long point, we made two to start with. And we changed something here in the bottom, which is the representation to ESN Austria, like of ESN Austria towards ESN International at the General Assembly. Some of you might know that Giacomo and I had our differences on different topics and also who is responsible for what. And we talked about those, and to avoid something like that happening in the future, we discussed it also in a working group and thought it makes sense if we outline that properly, the responsibilities towards the network, towards the association, as representing the association. Generally, nothing changed about the positions as such. It's mainly the wording and putting it here in clear statements who is responsible for what part. What you see now is the president, as always, holds the default the voting right of the association, in this case ESN Austria. The Secretary General now has specifically been listed here to represent ESN Austria towards ESN International and the General Assembly or ESN network in general. What does that mean? The President is the legal vote holder. The Secretary General is mainly the first contact point for the network as such, so when it comes to other countries, for example, working together with them, while the President still is the legal vote holder. Who attends the GA? It's up to the National Board to decide. If the National President does not go to the GA, then the vote needs to be delegated. No significant changes, just outlining the responsibilities of SG and President. Alright, moving on to proposal number 5, reporting a wrongdoing. Right. Now our knowledge about those proposals is a little bit more vague, okay? We try to do our best.
So the black, as usual, is the stuff we have in there. Any one of you can report something to the audit board and we will look into it. The issue which the person who presented or proposed this raised is what if the audit board does nothing or does not deem the reported issue noteworthy and does not really, in their perspective probably, care about it. I'm extrapolating. Therefore, the point D is addition, that we have the duty to at least acknowledge something was there and that we have something documented how we decided on it or not. Further details you can probably try to reach the author, which is Lukas P. Biosan from Innsbruck/Salzburg. Speaking personally from the audit board point of view, I'm not against this proposal. I think it's fair to put this duty on the audit board, and it's also always nice to have documentation and transparency.
Just ESN TU grads. So, are there only two categories of severe and minor where the wrongdoings can be segregated into?
Currently, yes.
Could you repeat the question?
Are there only two categories of wrongdoing among which the wrongdoings can be segregated into severe and minor?
Thank you.
And so, does not classify, does that mean they don't respond to the request, or does that mean?
So there are two categories, severe and minor, but then that kind of implies there's a third category that's like nothing, no like if the audit board says, no, there's no wrongdoing, what happens then? And this has not been handled before, and that's what this proposal is targeting. So if you report something to the audit board, and the audit board goes like, no, this is not severe, but it's also not minor, it's nothing, then this would introduce the rule that we have to, within 2 weeks, write a written report with our opinion on that.
Personally, I think this wording could have been more clearer, I think.
The main thing with minor and severe is the response from the audit board, which needs to be done. If we have to react quickly and have some more rights to inform the sections and immediately call for action, if it's a severe issue, or if it's a minor issue, we will do it in our board updates during the audit board presentation at the NA, and it's okay. This happened, we deemed it as a minor issue. That's the lessons learned from it, but it has not been severe enough to have immediate consequences.
You can write amendments until midnight.
Pete, yes, and Technicum, I just feel like there should maybe be a third category, just to have something to put the non-minor and non-severe issues into something, so they're just not
You can write amendments until midnight.
For the future.
I mean, we're talking highly theoretical stuff here. I've been in the audit board ever since the existence of the audit board. There have not been that many issues raised with us which actually triggered the whole paragraph. I would categorize the issues raised by Lucas as those examples where this is targeted, but I completely agree that maybe we just have a tracking list. This has been raised, this has been raised, this has been raised. Could be in the wiki, could be somewhere in a document, whatever. But it's a good point, a valid point, and maybe you can add something more general that the documentation needs to be done, even if it's raised as a minor or severe as well.
Okay, let's move on to proposal number 6, letter of resignation.
Seems rather empty. Is this the only one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks empty, we skip it. Proposal number 8, minutes of the National Assembly, automated transcription. So this is an entire new amendment, because it was an empty proposal and we need to take a look why this is the case. We didn't see anything right now on our screen.
I did.
Okay, then he used the review mode to make the changes and we didn't see anything. Could you view the review version of the document? View? And then if you go suggestion. So this is the proposal. Alright, so right now in the standing orders there's number 25, letter of resignation. The proposed change is that if one or more national board members resign, they should send it to President and National Assembly. If the President resigns, it's the Treasurer in the National Assembly. If the entire National Board resigns, it's the National Assembly. Right now, it doesn't say that the National Assembly must be informed if individual members of the National Board resign.
What if Ilse is in Latvia? So if the president resigns, what if there's no treasurer? So who do you address then?
That's why there's the proposal for informing the National Assembly in this case.
I thought it was together. Sorry.
In the future, whenever anyone resigns on the National Board, then the National Assembly should be informed. Right now, this is not a must.
So in the future it is a must.
If you accept the proposal number 8 for the standing orders, then yes.
I think this is a good change because in the past there have been resignations of individual board members, and the information that they resigned was more or less trickled down to the sections after the National Board sent out that information. If it's mandatory when you resign as a board member to send it directly to the sections, we don't have a delay in that information.
Which one?
It's expenditure guidelines. Yes, expenditure guidelines.
Number 8, minutes of National Assembly of the standing orders is still missing. So you have it open. This one is entirely new. So number 23 ends with number 2 in the current documents. And so the suggestion is that the Jering team can use the help of an automated transcripting program in line with data protection and budget requirements. When doing so, the Jering team shall review and edit the raw output to ensure an acceptable level of accuracy and clarity. This means that an automatic transcript can be used by the CT if they want it. Sophie, by the way, has a procedural question here.
Sophie is in Innsbruck. I just wanted to ask, why did we skip number 7?
It's in a different category because it's not controversial. We will come back to that.
Ah, okay.
Technically, right now, this is already possible if it's planned in the NA budget. However, it's not written anywhere. Now it would be written anywhere, somewhere. Here. Okay, now we move on to the expenditure guidelines. Coming to proposal number 3, minor adjustments of expenditure guidelines.
All right, we start with the project fund. As you may know, there's a project fund which anyone can apply for. And right now, there is no rule what we do if there are multiple applications. So we're adding this line, number 11, which basically defines how to handle that. So maybe I'll just read it real quick. If multiple applications for the project fund are received, the voting should be done at the National Assembly on how to split the fund. Then the options are presented by the National Board and should include these two options always. An equal split of the fund by the applications, or one application receives the entire fund. The National Board can, in agreement with the applicants, add more options. For example, if one application only requires less money than the other one. And if option B is selected or voted on by the National Assembly, there must be another vote according to line number 8, who receives the money.
Pete, ESN Technicum, isn't B redundant if one applicant receives an equal split of 100%? Like an equal split between one person is 100%. So B is redundant, isn't it?
No. A is, for example, if there are two applications, and I don't get the question.
If you look at the start of 11, if multiple applications. So in the case of a single application, this whole paragraph does not apply. This is only if there is more than one. So therefore it's not redundant.
But if it's not more than one, B doesn't make sense in the first place because an equal split would be in any case 100%.
Yes, but this one only applies if there is more than one.
So
if there is one, this whole thing does not apply.
Okay.
The whole number 11, not just A and B. The whole part is only applicable if there is more than one.
In my opinion, B is still redundant. Because if it's more than one, obviously only A can count.
No, why not?
If there's more than one,
let's take it offline, okay?
We can talk about it later, maybe.
I think Natalia has a question.
Natalia is in my work. So this is that we could have a vote on analyzing both projects and one having 30% and the other one 70%. That's what we're putting here.
Okay, so we move on to proposal 4. Yes, this is also for the project fund. Right now, there is a line that describes what needs to be included in an application for a project fund, but there is no template for this application. So what happened in the past, all applications look different and they're really hard to compare to each other because, they're a bit different. So this line just adds that the National Board shall provide a template for the applicants to use.
Natalia is in Bulgaria. To compare applications, is it there's template, but would we have criteria to do that comparison like?
Yes. Line number 6, there's a whole line in the expenditure guidelines that outlines what needs to be included in an application. And that's already in there, so that's nothing new.
Rajas, yes, and Tube Raj. So the form is not part of this statute. The form will be provided later or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
Then we move on to proposal number 5, project fund open call. Yes. Okay. We just added one thing and changed one thing. So what we changed is that application needs to be sent 2 weeks instead of 3 weeks before the NA to the sharing team. And the second thing is that we added that the National Board has to send out an open call for the project fund, which wasn't the case before, and I think many sections didn't even know about this fund because there was no open call. So this line adds that the NB has to send out this open call.
Yes. There's a question.
Have you met ESN Klagenfurt, and how the open code will be disseminated among the other sections? Through social media or?
Open calls traditionally have been sent via the contacts mailing list. If the section care for the mailing list of the section, then every member of the section should get that. It is every time asked in the section report for every NA as a to be reminded that this should be cared for. And this is the mailing list that we in Austria would use for open call to do our best to reach everyone, and probably we would also use Slack to our best possibilities on top.
We will be bringing up the mailing list and Slack, the communication channels, later on in our presentation of information flow.
Right, then we move on to proposal 10. Yes, this is a bit of a more wordy change, I guess. Let's see. Okay, so currently the treasurer has to send the amendments to the budget 3 weeks before the NA for all the sections. What happened in the past, when I was also financial auditor, the National Board didn't really talk to the financial auditors before, and so the financial auditors only reviewed it together with all the sections, which then had to be amended again. So basically this change says that instead of 3 weeks to the sections, now the version has to be sent 3 weeks in advance to the financial auditors, and then they have 1 week to make adjustments or suggestions, and then the better version, hopefully, can be sent out to the sections 2 weeks before the NA. That's basically what the change says.
Yeah.
And Natalia is in Bulgaria. So the financial auditor only has 1 week to take everything?
They can. They have the
can.
opportunity to.
But the opportunity, but then the version that is sent out to the section should be the correct one, or can it be checked also before the NA?
Yes, until the day of the vote, so the day before the vote, they can always be amended and changed.
A week is plenty of time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No,
And personal time apart.
Speaking as a former financial auditor,
Yeah.
I deem the work you have to check one document as the budget is not fulfilling your whole week, unless it's a really shitty budget.
And also, there are 3 NAs and not just one at the end of the year, so you take it in steps.
Okay. Thanks.
All right, moving on to the next legal document, which is the NA guideline. Again, in the category minor adjustments of NA guidelines, there is one proposal that we would like to present, which is proposal number 1, finances.
Das ein bisschen. Try me.
Korrektes Budget ist schnell gecheckt.
2015, 2016 haben wir gemacht.
Du bist auch älter.
So currently the case is that the OC has to present a budget to the National Board, but not to the National Assembly. This proposal includes that the finances of the National Assembly, together with the application, but at least 50 days before the NA, the budget has to be submitted not just to the National Board anymore, but also to the sections. The budget must contain the following points. And then you will see in the NA guidelines a number of points that should be included. So what is added here? Not just the National Board is informed about the budget of the NA, but also the sections, according to this proposal.
Sophie is in Innsbruck. If I remember correctly, the 50 days, at the latest 50 days before, was also part of the, is now not part of the guidelines, right? I thought we were also voting on the 50 days.
According to this proposal, the 50 days are not touched at all. But if it's part of the documents, we need to check it. Let's take it
I'm
offline,
pretty
if you
sure
don't mind.
that I saw that we were also voting on it, like that the 50 days were also added.
Okay, let us check that, please. Okay.
Natalia is in Marienburg. Would this apply to the next NA? So the one that is going to go in Innsbruck?
As soon as you vote on it and it's implemented in the documents and sent out, I think starting with then, it takes effect. So yes.
Okay. Is it a bit rushy if they don't have it?
You can always exempt someone from rules.
Okay.
And Mario is checking on the 50 days part.
Done. It's in there. It's in the version from the 20th of January. What might be the case if you looked up the document in the wiki has sometimes an issue of actually showing the most recent upload version. It can be an issue with cookies or something, I don't know. I'm not the IT guy. But there is the issue if you took the version from the ESN Austria wiki and you looked at it before, that it reloads the old version. But the 50 days are in the current document as well.
Okay, because we, as you may know, if you looked at the agenda, Innsbruck is applying for the next National Assembly. And we were a bit worried because we were thinking about, we had 3 National Assembly in a year, January and, this one, the summer NA. But we think that the October NA is a bit complicated because of the budget, because those 50 days, if I need to do it in January or in summer, it's okay, but if I have the NA end of October or beginning of November, the university don't answer me in the summer, so I'm not able to make a budget. We are looking now and try to make it possible, but what will happen if we don't apply or send it on time or send it correct? Because I can already tell you now, we will not know in September what the budget looks like because the university starts again in October.
So,
and that's the partners.
It's 2 parts. Not sending it on time is an internal issue which should be avoided, in my opinion. Not having the final correct numbers in a budget, I don't see an issue with that. Most budgets are like a general overview of what's gonna happen, and I have not seen any event or national event or NA budget which the first draft reflected the reality after the event. So in your case, take the budgets from previous years and Innsbruck NAs, estimate how much it will cost, and if you have approximate numbers to show, it's good enough.
Also, you can amend until midnight.
Thank you. So right now, if everyone is okay with it, we would suggest to stand up for a bit and go and stretch to have like a really quick coffee break. So we will see you back here again in 5 minutes, 11:55. Use the time wise.
Jenny
amazing,
It's awesome. I love it. I love it so much. It's the best thing ever.
and submit it until midnight. And yes, there's a difference, yes?
And
No,
it's a money
yes.
network.
It wasn't going
So
for a
it's
bit.
mixed reaction on the question. Yes, it's really restrictive. We have a lot of problems filling positions, so I'm really surprised that we have these two proposals and amendments. And my question is, we have the amendment that it's blue, we can vote yes or no. If we vote no, we vote in the proposal, we can vote yes or no. So if hypothetically we vote no and no, these will disappear.
Correct.
That's clarifying.
Also, if you vote yes or no, it will also disappear.
It's a level of escalation. Right now, the current document has no restriction. You can have more restrictive, and you can have even more restrictive, and you can have the most restrictive version ever. So you can escalate the restrictiveness of the document.
Just as an information, you can vote yes on an amendment that changes the proposal. You can still vote no on the proposal. It would still mean that the proposal doesn't go through. Doesn't make sense, but you can do it.
So to describe the way forward, if I read the room correctly, if you think that generally adding restrictions is useful, the proposals and amendments that you see you don't like, I would recommend to sit together with us later to write an amendment that, for example, includes that you cannot be local and national board at the same time and have only an overlap of 90 days. Let's write this amendment if you are interested in that and think that's better than what is currently there. That's why we can write and submit amendments until midnight. I highly recommend to make use of that.
Clara is an Univin. Just for fairness reasons, is it possible to translate the green version to English?
Yes.
I have a procedure, Rajas, yes and tube rats, and let me again think what I want to say. Yeah, so why was there like why is it so complicated? Was the first proposal submitted, then there was changes to that, or like why does this like feel like such a chaotic document?
Let me tell you why an amendment has been written, okay?
Yeah.
We approached the local boards meeting that we introduced and talked to the sections. Also, I discussed with some of you after that call, because that was the first time that we ever could get input from the sections, because not too many joined the working group, although many joined actually the sec channel and with that expressed interest. So since no one participated, now it seems that you're not satisfied with the outcome, which in my opinion is a result of the lack of participation. And because when we had this participation, we immediately saw that changes should be made. Changes have been made, changes have not been ideal.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, should we have maybe waited some more time before finalizing the first proposal and then amending later, so that, I mean, it can be a learning for next time maybe. That's what it can be right now.
I agree. I want to add one more thing why, in my opinion, a lot of the amendments were necessary. There is a deadline, 2 weeks before the National Assembly, the proposals have to be made. That's the first deadline. So it happens, as we've seen from experience, that often very close to these deadlines proposals are made, and then they are like publicly available to anyone, and then it's kind of serious. They get sent out, everyone actually looks into them, and that's why you realize after this deadline, oh, there are mistakes, and that's why the deadline, yeah, is, as we heard, at midnight.
Thanks a lot, and not to take anything away from your work.
One more thing, we can later gather within the section delegates and the vote holders and have an informal discussion which proposal or amendment actually would have a majority or is disputed or completely rejected, and it's always possible to withdraw amendments completely, so we make the voting procedure more feasible and easier to follow. If it's clear the sections don't want
whatever one, it's not mandatory to vote on it. It can all be withdrawn.
Yes, and I would really like to do that with you.
Atisha, ESN Klagenfurt. More of a reaction comment that needs to be made than a question. I understand that people could have participated in the working group and suggested all of this earlier, but I think proposals like this are often very unfair on smaller sections with limited capacity, as we can see at the moment with the national board and also the national coordinators. There's a higher concentration in Vienna. We don't have a lot of representation of other sections, especially smaller sections. We have very limited capacity. So it really, first of all, limits the possibility that somebody from smaller sections would be in the national board at all, because we have trouble filling up our own board positions. And second, we often don't have people who have the capacity to always join working groups. And the voices of smaller sections are getting a little bit maybe unheard in the process. So just wanted to put that in perspective as well.
True, completely agree on that. Vote no. It's a 2/3 absolute majority required to have those changes. There are not just the 6 Viennese sections, there are way more sections, especially the non-Viennese and smaller sections. Your voice is important and it's heard at this assembly. Vote no. And right now we have some restrictions in place. If the general idea is having no restrictions in place, we can look into that as well.
Maybe let's come up with a different proposal before voting no. Thanks for sharing. I mean, actually, it's a pity that we mainly have applications from bigger sections and especially the ones from Vienna. Any more questions? All right, then let's move on. It's a combination now of a statutory proposal 11, which is the adjustment of the size of the national board. And at the same time, it includes a change of the wording in the standing order document, because in the standing order document it says that one specific number of board members exist, and if we adjust the size of the national board, then this number would just be wrong. It's actually right now already wrong, so it is fixing the mistakes that we have. It's statutory proposal 11, adjust size of MD. So, from what we saw in the previous mandates and discussing with the previous mandate holders, we were sitting together to decide on how should the national board be structured, how many people should be there, what positions should be there. Right now, as you might know, we have 8 people in the national board. Doesn't mean that all of those positions are filled, but just from the documents we have 8 people in the national board. Includes president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, partnership manager, and national events manager. I forgot the most important communication person, sorry. I forgot communication. 8 people, so status quo. Our suggestion is to adjust that size, not just because the more people you are, the harder it is to find common meeting slots, structure your communication channels, meet, come to agreements, come to decisions, execute decisions, and be accountable for certain fields of responsibility. The more you get, the more difficult it also gets on that front. So the bigger the national board is, in my opinion, the less effective it is. And that's why we would like to reduce the size, because also what we've seen from our experience so far, it has worked very well. On top, we have consulted the previous position holders in this specific case, National Events Manager, WPA, Partnership Manager, and talked to some of them and made up our mind that we would like to reduce the size of the national board by not having the WPA and the Partnership Manager any longer as part of the national board, but instead the partnership manager together with the grants coordinator would be part of the business and finance team. WPA would together with the communication manager be part of the PR communication outreach team to make sure that everything runs, the communication channels that we have like websites, social media, automations, our general account system works. But those positions we don't think are relevant to be included in all the administrative and daily procedures of the national board, and we can operate more effectively if we reduce the size of the board in that manner.
Sophie is in Innsbruck. I have a question and a comment. Comment first. I completely agree with this. I also think it's a lot more effective to restructure the board a little bit. As far as I remember, the partnership manager used to be a coordinator position and then got, yeah, I feel like Mario now. But that's also my question. Was that the reason for deciding that the partnership manager should go back to coordinator position, or what was the reasoning? Like WPA, I get. I'm just curious, what was the reasoning for the partnership manager?
The main argumentation line of having those positions as part of the national board was the hope that by giving them more prestige, by having them in the national board would make it easier to find people, applicants for the position. Now, not just that we see that this theory did not entirely play out and work. Another aspect was that partnership managers are responsible for getting money into the association. But it's not just the partnership manager doing that. It should also be the events manager, it should be the treasurer who makes sure of that. Actually, the entire association should work towards that goal. So solely relying on the partnership manager to get the money, and I think it's a very wrong understanding also from that standpoint. So that's why we would like to cluster everything that brings in money to some extent together in a business team, except for the events manager, because they are responsible for a budget that has a revenue of more than 50,000 euros a year. And that's a responsibility that you in the end of the mandate also need to vote on if you actually want to discharge the national board. And because of that, we think that it's important to still have the events manager part of the national board, so that the National Assembly decides on whether the national board, including the national events manager, is discharged or not.
Fabian, National Board. I just want to add a comment to this, what being National Board currently means. We have like meetings every Monday currently, so there's a lot of administrative work on top, and some positions maybe don't want that. They just want to do their job and don't have everything else. That's also what Philip meant by making it more efficient by reducing the number of people.
Every Monday, at least 1 hour, very strictly. On top, extra meeting, just saying. Plus emails, not included in the 1 hour.
Natalia is in Bangladesh reaction to that. Maybe that information helps for the topic that we were talking before, because if we restrict a national or local, it's nice to know the amount of work from the national board, because nobody knows. So how can you restrict something if you don't know how much you are restricting? So it might help for the other proposal or amendment or whatever the name is. Thank you.
Akisha, ESN Klagenfurt. Just to add on what Natalie said, I think it depends a lot on the current national board. How much work, how many meetings, how many hours. It changes from mandate to mandate. I do not think that this is standard for every constellation of national board that we've had, whereas the changes that we would make now would apply for, hopefully, for all the upcoming mandates. So maybe that's just something to keep in mind.
Jidin is in Austria. I think it also implies, if you're a board member of the national board, that there has to be a minimum quality of time and effort you have to put in there for the task. And I think the idea of the last proposal, if I go there, is to just ensure the minimum quality, not to restrict it too much. At least that's the motivation, I would say.
I would say we see trends in Austria. We have rising number of board members, then maybe falling numbers of board members. We had a bloating of the board to 8 members last time. Now we are restricting back to 6. It's still within a feasible number, and as you said, it's about how much time and effort the people put in there. Right now, every Monday a meeting seems like a lot. On the other hand, we had periods, mandates where there was missing positions completely, or resignations and covering of other positions. That has been a trend in ESN Austria, and I would also expand it to ESN. So let's see if 6 works better than 8. And if not, we make it up to 8 or whatever number again next time.
Laura, ESN Vienna, did you write it down somewhere where the positions are going to be? Because this one sentence is like very unclear how it's going to be.
No, and it's intentional. This one line defines the minimum necessary people, which are in line with the association law, which already gave some flexibility of not having a WPA as a board member or not having a national events manager as a board member, because we did not specify the names of the other 5 in that case, or in the future case probably the other 3, which leaves the flexibility towards the National Assembly and the National Board which positions we actually want to have in the National Board. It's always been done with the open calls for the next mandate. There's an open call for those numbers of spots for those positions with those tasks and abilities, and it's on purpose flexible.
What we have right now is we have written it down in our FAQ sheet, and also in the open call it's still with the 8 board positions, because that is the statutory rule, so we had to do it. We could have also changed what positions, like we could have also randomly taken one of the liaison officers as a board member and instead removed the national events manager. That would have been acceptable by us. That's according to the statutory rules. What we decided is that we write a frequently asked question guide with detailed job descriptions for every position, both board and coordinators. And here we have differentiated in chapter national board, national coordinators, and this is where we would update it. On top, wiki would be updated the same way, so that it's written on wiki and you could always read back to it.
This way, if the next board decides they want to stay with 6 members, they can change the positions that are in the board, but do not have to change the statutes.
Pete, ESN Technikum, I hope it wasn't me not paying attention, but the English version is different from the German version.
Ignore the English version.
Alright. Just so people who don't understand German.
Yeah, the reason is, this is copied from our legal documents. Our legal documents actually say different truths in German and English. I did not change this text. This is copy-paste from the submitted official documents that we have on our stuff.
I just wanted to make sure that the people who don't speak German are aware of why you're seeing different numbers.
Also now everyone knows, even if you speak German.
Atisha, ESN Klagenfurt, and this might be a very stupid question, so please excuse me. Why do we not leave it even more vague and write and between 2 to a maximum of 5 other board members, and then we can completely avoid this discussion at future NAs?
It is an option, but that has implications on the budget, because board members have some budget lines like travel expenses, participation fees, and so on. So I would say this completely vague version makes a bigger burden of work on the board to plan and make a budget. But it's feasible if we run it that way.
maybe I did not understand this correctly, but as I understand that, at the moment, the national board kind of has it in their discretion to decide which positions, or, right? Like, so the president, vice president, and treasurer, in a way, because those are the fixed positions, have it under their discretion to decide that these are the further positions that we would include in the national board. So technically, they could just decide that and then make the budget and decide for this mandate we're only going to go with 2 other positions on top of this, and that would not create an extra burden on the budget.
Well, the process currently is a decision by the active board, approximately in December, when they release the open call for the upcoming board. So it's not just the 3 people who are fixed who decide, but it's the running mandate board when they open the call for the upcoming next mandate. And I hope that the board works on a somehow democratic decision-making system and not just throws dice which position will be the next open call.
Even if it may look like this, it's very democratic what's happening.
Ilse, ESN Latvia, to add to this point, also, it's not that the current national board can decide the budget will be decided by the new treasurer, so this decision will impact the next board. So, if that makes sense. So the budget will, if they decide more positions, then the next board will have to deal with the fact that they decided more positions. It's not their decision on the budget for the next board, unless they're in the board.
One could also say being in a national board comes with certain perks, but it also comes with a lot of responsibilities. And there's a differentiation between a coordinator and board in terms of money that's represented in the budget, but it should also be represented in this discharge, for example, of the National Assembly towards the person. So discharging them from their responsibilities and not holding them accountable anymore because they think everything is in order. And there's also implications from the status of national board or not.
But you raise a very valid idea, and this is something which can be explored further if we have more flexibility. I'm not sure about the current situation, but years ago, Switzerland had a board and a board supporter group, which would basically be our NCs, and they were also flexible whether they would join the board or the board supporter. They had a hybrid version of what we are starting to develop. So if the sections think that these are ideas worth exploring, we could look at other NOs, we could look at the example of Switzerland in the past, and find a version which fits our needs. Currently, the number of fixed board positions is supposed to be reduced, and on the other side, the number of national coordinators is expanded. Will it work? Let's talk about it next year.
And on the note of the next year, I would love to ask if it's possible to go through the next amendments, and we would keep the timing on the questions and answers because we are quite behind with the agenda. So it's going to be 15 seconds per question and 1 minute per answer. Would that be enough?
Section B. Okay, faster.
Come to the point. We move on to the next. Thank you very much for the engagement. Like, that's the kind of stuff that we need. That's why we discuss those topics. That's why we have 5 hours in the agenda. Thank you very much. So Fabian just ended the stage because now we are going through the next category, the next legal document, which is not so minor adjustments to the expenditure guidelines. Money.
Yeah, the spicy money stuff.
For the proposal 2, project fund reapplication.
Which folder? Expenditure guidelines.
Yes, expenditure.
Yeah, before we start, I just want to say again, these are not proposals by the national board. This is done by the working group. Before we start.
Very important.
All right. We're back at the project fund. This is a completely new line, and it basically adds that it's not possible to reapply for the project fund if your project has already received funding by the project fund. However, the same person or group or section can apply again with a different project.
Natalia is on by network. So if you have a project that you were gonna run year by year, you can only apply for the fund once, even if it's the same project with a different term.
No, because that would would have to make a different application, right?
Yeah.
It's a different project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank
It's
you.
just for the same project. So
Yeah.
in 1 year you couldn't reapply again.
Okay. Okay. So if it's starting in the next term or whatever, you can reapply again if it's.
Yeah.
Thanks.
The project fund will also have some more updates that it's issued and granted on a NA basis, so that if the project lasts for 9 months, it covers 2 NAs to avoid that it can be double funded and instead be more just to other sections, other projects in Eastern Austria.
Also 7, 3 E's and cards, please.
I will just start. Next one is about ESN cards, one of my favorite topics. And in a second you will see the proper spelling of ESN cards on the screen. So if you don't know yet how ESN card is written, this is the way. As you may know, every section can order ESN cards, right? And every year, 30 ESN cards can be ordered for free by the sections from ESN Austria. This rule already exists, it's nothing new. What we want to add is just this one sentence, which says that this 30 ESN cards can only be ordered with the summer semester order. So only once per year. In the past, you could either do it at the winter semester or the summer semester. And this was really confusing to keep track, and in the past led to mistakes. That's why we're proposing this change.
This means, for example, I digged through the orders, the invoices of all sections from the last 8 orders to create a table to see which section, when ordered ESN cards, got ESN cards for free, hence is when eligible for free ESN cards. And I do not recommend to do this job, because also finding those invoices is the first difficulty, but then all the other that lines up behind, it's another difficulty. And being the national treasurer is demanding, and that kind of job really is not needed. So if you are generous enough to provide us this amendment to the expenditure guidelines, this would make our working way more easy. Also way easier to issue the free ESN cards to each section in a proper manner, so that we can really make sure that you get what you have the right to.
No questions? So we move on to number 8.
I just wanted to say, now we only have the English version, no German one.
All right. Proposal number 8. This is about the explanation of how the ESN card price is determined by ESN Austria. In the past, we had this line number 3. We stroked that, and instead added, or replaced number 3 and added number 6. So basically, number 3 says the price per ESN card is determined by the ESN international price plus the Belgian tax plus the surcharge of ESN Austria, and that is defined in line number 6. And then line number 6 says ESN Austria adds a surcharge of 65 cents per ESN card. The surcharge covers the cost of free ESN cards as described in number 4 and supports the general budget of ESN Austria. Like, there are no changes here. Basically, it's just splitting number 3 into 2 lines. So, no changes yet.
That's why there will not be an individual voting on this one, but it will be combined with the ones following, so that it's less voting effort, less votes that you need to cast, because there is no contextual change here, but those will follow now in the proposals that Fabian will elaborate now.
Proposal 9, A, B, C, please.
Okay, now the interesting part. We have 3 versions of this. There's number 9, A, B, and C. So basically you can choose an option. Yeah, let's start with 8 maybe. Okay. Right. Number 8. Increases the surcharge from 65 cents to €1 per ESN card. B, instead of a flat amount, changes it to a percentage amount, which is 40% of the ESN International net unit price, so before taxes. And keep in mind, if ESN International changes their price, the percentage increase changes also the price that ESN sections pay, right? So it's automatic. Whereas number A is a flat increase. So if ESN International increases the price, that price of ESN Austria is not affected. And number C, instead of 40%, it's 50%. Same line, just for 50 instead of 40. Now, why do we propose this? You will see later that we also added some increases of, for example, the project fund and the NA fund. And those projects need to be funded. Furthermore, we also dug up some numbers. This price of 65 cents was introduced in 2018, as far as I know. It hasn't been changed since, as you may know. Since then, a lot of inflation happened. For example, 65 cents today has the purchasing power of 50 cents. Additionally, the ESN card price of ESN International has been increased several times since then. Most recently, in November 2023, I believe, from 150 to 250. Yes. And in order to fund the projects that are coming up next, we need this money. Also, the free ESN cards are covered by ESN Austria, right? And it needs to be paid somehow. Right now it's paid with these 65 cents, but you can imagine the more ESN International raises the prices, the harder it becomes for ESN Austria to pay these 30 free ESN cards. So if ESN International keeps increasing the prices, basically we cannot cover it anymore. We still have to, but it will drive a big minus into our budget. I hope I didn't forget anything. Basically the difference between A, B, and C. A is a fixed amount, €1. B, percentage. C, also percentage. So B and C are more future-proof in that sense, because a flat increase like the €1 we would have to change every time.
And you see in the very bottom, 40% equals €1 surcharge, while 50% of €2.50 equals a surcharge of €1.25.
Pete, ESN Technikum, B and C each say 50 and 40% respectively, but it's not only that because it says before taxes. Is that always going to be a flat amount, like in Spain it's 21%?
Yes. This was in the proposal before number 8 in the price explanation actually. The 21% are Belgian tax. So we buy the ESN cards from ESN International and they're based in Belgium. So we buy it from with the Belgian tax, which is currently 21%.
So it's going to be 21% on top of the 40%?
No. The 21% apply to the 250.
Fair enough.
Because they don't add this surcharge, we add it afterwards. But we don't add it to the like after taxes amount, we add it before tax amount, so it's less.
So the final price that ESN Austria charges the section for ESN card consists of 3 constitutes. It is the base price of ESN International, €2.50 per card. What Fabian suggests is to adjust the surcharge of ESN Austria to the sections. What stays the same, which we cannot influence, is the Belgian tax. However, we think it's more appropriate to determine the calculation of the ESN Austria surcharge not on the total price that ESN International charges us, which is base price plus Belgian tax, but it makes sense to just couple the ESN Austria surcharge with the ESN card base price, which would mean 40% of €2.50 base price is €1 surcharge, so it's €2.50 plus Belgian tax of 21% of it, which should be somewhere around, now it gets embarrassing, 60 cents, plus €1, which is determined based on the base price. So these are the 3 constitutions of the total price that is in Austria charges to sections.
So the 40 and 50% are at the end not 40 and 50%, but it's more because of the tax.
It's actually less because we do not take into consideration the Belgian tax when calculating the base price. I'm actually lacking a whiteboard here, otherwise I would like to visually demonstrate.
Yeah, sorry, my head is...
There's behind the TV.
I know, that's the problem.
You can just pull it up.
Yeah, so you continue questions, we draw.
Natalia is in the network. We have 3 options and we've been talking, well, my pressure is moving. I don't know if it's actually listening. Okay, so we've been talking about this to support the increase in the funds that we put for the projects and the amount of money that ESN Austria gets. Also, we were talking in previous NAs about the Alps, that it's too expensive. Do we have any calculation for these 3 options? Which one could be the best to actually balance everything that we want to do? Just to have maybe some numbers on the 3 options?
To answer your specific question, no. To this specific purpose, no. You will see later in the budget presentation how the budget looks. I can tell you right now there is an income problem, or maybe a spending problem. Whatever way you look at it. Yeah, no, I lost my train of thought.
But actually, on that front, on that note, we in Graz approved a budget that allowed us to target for a profit of Alps of 3,000 instead of 2,000 euros. That was approved in Graz, and that was one of the reactions of us not having enough money, which automatically obviously also makes Alps more expensive if we need to target a higher profit. Now, if we diversify our fundings and financial streams, like for example, if we adjust those rules, if we have grants, if we get donations, this would allow us to even accept losses of Alps and make it cheaper and more affordable because of it, because we get money elsewhere from it. And right now, increasing the price of Alps is just a reaction of us needing to cover our bills. And if we have more sources of financial revenue, it also makes it easier for us to make it cheaper, or to even calculate with a loss of Alps and with that make it more affordable. But without having enough money, we shouldn't do that.
A follow-up question to that, then we have had 2 options, 40 and 50, why?
To give you options.
Okay.
On top, like several countries have that system of a percentage base, and from the ones that I talked to, they have 50%. And if it works in those countries, it's not entirely arbitrarily taken. And
maybe. So this is the way it's calculated. 250, that's what the ESN card costs. Money goes to ESN International. ESN International in Belgium needs to pay taxes for the ESN cards they sell, and they invoice the national levels that tax. 21%. That's the 50-something cents. Those 50-something cents go to ESN International as well. So the money which goes to ESN International is €3. Now ESN Austria could either take the 250 and add the surcharge in percentage to those numbers. That's what the proposal says. 40% of 250 is the €1 extra. The alternative would be adding 40% of €3. That's not proposed. And the sum which the sections have to pay to ESN Austria is 250 plus 1 plus 52 cents, 0.5.
Yeah, so the taxes come afterwards, literally.
Yeah.
So it's more than 40%. Because the 40% are just the €1 and then comes 0.525.
All the beach taxes.
Well, yeah.
If I understand you correctly, what you said, the increase is not more, the taxes have always been there. It's not like something new that...
Yeah, but it sounds like before taxes, that taxes will be added. I thought the wording was weird, therefore. But again, it's just me.
It's trying to outline the reference basis of the 40%, and we do not want to calculate 40% as an Austria surcharge with the base price and the Belgian tax. Like, we try to not consider Belgian tax at all, because...
Also, this tax case wasn't in the expenditure guidelines before. We added this to make it more clear, because before it wasn't obvious if it's after tax or before tax.
Yes, because before we didn't have to pay taxes for the ESN International level. They had the good idea to invoice the nations for their tax.
Jitin, come to the front if you have a question.
Jitin is in Austria. I just wanted to add a comment because I think there's one misunderstanding. There's two taxes that we are talking about. There's the Belgian tax, and I think Pete was referring to the tax that is the Austrian tax that goes on to it. No? Okay, then I'm mistaken.
We don't pay Austrian tax as of now because we are an association having a revenue less than a few million. 3 million, less than 3 million, just FYI.
Atisha, ESN Frankfurt, potentially another stupid question, but when you as a country, like if we buy something from a different country within the EU, isn't that usually like less taxes? Like the boost is not paid? I know that for companies, so I don't know why we're paying it when we're buying it from Belgium, which is in EU but not in Austria.
Yeah, we could pay the taxes in Austria, I believe, which would be a bit less, 20%. We have never done that. It would require a lot of work to register, I guess.
No, don't try it.
It's not about us buying from Belgian companies. It's about us buying from the international level. And the international level needs to pay taxes in Belgium. They don't want to pay it from their pocket, so they invoice us. This is a controversial point which ESN International introduced at some point, I think it's like 4 years ago. I'm not even sure if it has been a vote of a GA to do it like that, or if the international treasurers have started invoicing the nations, the NOs, and now we pay it. And we could get tax exemption from that somehow if we get the tax registration number and we fight against the international level, so we put our case in front of them that we don't want to pay their taxes, but the current status is we get invoiced for their taxes.
No, it's me.
Your turn?
Yeah. I had a quick, maybe it's a misunderstanding that I have about how the ESN card process works. But the ESN cards actually come from Portugal, not from Belgium. So why are we paying the Belgian tax if the card is actually coming from Portugal?
Portugal is where they are produced.
Ah, okay.
But the entity that sells them is ESN International, and they're based in Belgium.
Okay, thank you.
Atisha, ESN Klagenfurt. Could we theoretically just buy the ESN cards directly? Like, could national organizations decide to just do that?
No.
No.
That's strictly forbidden.
If there are no more questions, we would like to show you what we intend to do with the money that we would get from it.
So we continue with 1A and 1B.
EBN card. So these are competitors of ours, just saying.
The ESN card doesn't exist.
Yet.
Like
The EBN card exists.
one of the previous DNE sections, they just started their own membership scheme called EBN card. It doesn't do much, I think, but you can do that, but it's less powerful.
Can you all see the screen again? All right, now we talk about two different increases. Proposal 1A and 1B for the project fund that we already talked a lot about today. Basically 1A is an increase from 400 to 450, and 1B is an increase from 400 to 500, I believe, or 600.
I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, okay, to 600. So you can choose between 450 or 600, whatever you think is more fair. There is also a second line that we add to both of these proposals, but they're the same, which is that at every ordinary National Assembly, 1/3 of the fund can be applied for. If no application is received or approved, the money accumulates and can be used at a subsequent National Assembly in the same financial year. What does that mean? If there's 600 euros in the project fund and you want to apply, you can only apply to a maximum of 200. Why do we do this? We think it's more fair that more projects can apply instead of one project in the beginning of the year that can take the whole fund away for the whole financial year.
Natalia is Body Network. Do we have any record, money, history about where is it based, the 450 or the 600? Like, do we need the 600 because we couldn't, or do we need the 450? I don't know if I'm explaining myself.
There is a record of where this money goes in the past on the wiki, but I think what you mean with the question is what is more appropriate, right, for increase? Either of those two numbers work. Whatever the sections feel like, they would need a support for their projects.
Yeah, yes, but so my question is, when we had the 400, how many applications did we have? If we have the 600, would we have more applications so we could actually fund more projects, and that's the point? Or?
Yes, so I believe in the last mandate, the 400 euros did not get used, or maybe they got used for outdoors.
Outdoors was the last application.
Was the last application, but I know from the mandate before that, it was almost entirely used by the community meetings.
Yes.
So basically what happened at the summer NA, the community meetings applied and took the whole 400 euros, which they needed, but you can also argue it's not fair to other projects. That's why we added this 1/3 rule.
And the financial year starts May 1st. The event happened June in the middle, so everything happening until next May 1st could not be covered by the project fund, according to the current rules.
And keep in mind, we also added another proposal which said that you cannot reapply. That's why we added this, because you only can apply for 1/3. And if you get 1/3, you cannot get the second third.
It's even more complicated. If you look at the red, which has been crossed out, not just the number, the 400 euros should have been most of the years way more than 400 euros if the previous year made a plus. The issue with that is that the whole financial documentation is revealed by the financial auditors at the NA in autumn. So you start with this project fund with a number, you don't know how much should go in there. At the more or less halfway point during the mandate, you actually first of the time know how much money there could be in there, and most of the time the money which is there or could be going in there has already been allocated somewhere else. So in theory the project fund should have been with a much higher sum of money, but it has never been handled in the way as this proposal or as this document actually shows. So with having a fixed number, it gives more security on planning on behalf of the board and also of the sections, because they know how much money is in there. But it's of course less than the theoretical sum, but more than the actually practically used sum.
This means that Fabian and I actually currently have no final number of money that we can spend, because we don't finally know how much was left from our previous mandate. And that we only know in the winter NA when the financial auditors actually approved the budget of the previous mandate. By that time the project fund might have been already paid, like for example with the community meeting case. That's why this actually, like the current regulation is currently not even feasible. Like we cannot do it even if we wanted.
Sorry, I forgot to mention it, yes.
Let's move on.
Okay, then we go to proposal 6A and 6B, which are also increases of a fund, but this time the NA fund. As you may know, every NA is, can receive funding up to 400 euros currently, which goes into the NA budget, right? So we have two proposals, very simple, A and B. A increases from 400 to 450, B increases from 400 to 500. Reasons for that: the participation fees have grown in the past, and we already talked today about exemptions from participation fees, and this amount of money should help the OC to get some of that money back. And yeah, 400 to 500 is a 25% increase. Inflation, free spots, stuff like that. So that's why we're proposing it.
Innsbruck is in favor. I wonder why.
Natalia is in Bergen. The previous one was if nobody applied for the project fund for that NA, it will be accumulated for the next NA. Could an NA be a project, and for the next NA could be applied for both NA and project fund? Because if there is no project in one NA, those 200 or whatever are available to be applied by the OC of the NA also?
Yeah, those are two questions. I think because first of all, the NA fund is not something that you need to apply for. Basically, the appointed OC has access to these funds. Okay. It's not like they need to apply for this. Okay. To answer your question about the NA, I'm not sure.
I think technically the NAOC can apply for the project fund as well. Okay. We're looking at the statutes right now. In the past, it was not possible with the old system, but I think with the project fund, it is possible technically.
Okay, thanks.
Mario, what do you say?
Covered.
Covered.
There are multiple versions, right? Of this proposal?
A and B. A is 450, B is 500. So we already covered that. So yeah, you can choose. That's the last one from the expenditure guidelines.
Hi. Okay, thanks for the presentation and for answering all of the questions very exhaustively. So now we have another round of the legal proposals behind, and I believe that everyone is already hungry, so let's enjoy the lunch. We will have 1 hour for this, so see you at 2:30 back in here. And we will also be taking the picture.
It says on the agenda, no?
Okay, quick voting. Do you want to take a picture before or after the lunch?
After. Make an educated guess.
Are you hungry? Do you want the lunch now?
Yeah. After.
Picture after the lunch.
Kolik pokračujeme?
Introducing ISN card Austria.
ISN card Austria. We changed like the writing.
They clear
You say minus.
And the C is capital or not.
It's changed its tone on the side.
With flexible spelling.
Ooh.
I think it's one of the best.
You're in charge. Now I think
Okay, hello everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and picture time. Do you want to speak now, or can I finish? From now on, for the legal proposals, it was, I would like to say bit, but it was like very, very chaotic, what is happening in here with all the questions. That's why I would like to switch to Slido. So if you have questions, just please open up, and the rules are the same, name, section, and the question. This is not only for us to keep better track on what is happening in here, but also for the OC, when they are bringing the microphone, they can already see who is in there. They don't have to keep such an eye. You don't have to hold your hands for too long, because some of you did really held them for quite some time. And also we had technical difficulties. So part of the minutes will be
missing? Like a couple of questions?
Like a couple of questions, because everything was like very, very, very fast and kind of chaotic. Some questions will be missing because also the stream was down for a while. So we will, like also the Slido will help us in case something like this would repeat, to have at least the questions. Then we can just copy paste at least from there, so we have something even if we miss something.
In regards to the missing questions, as I already agreed with Pia from the National Board, I will send it to them, the meeting minutes, by the end of next week, and I will outline where the stream went down, so you guys will have the option to, if you know that there was something missing that you said, you can write to us that we should include it, and I will amend it. So it's not like your comment will be removed, but you will have to tell us that that comment was there to be added, if that makes sense. Okay? Thank you.
And for the Slido, please, so basically the Slido really is for the questions. So in case you still have reactions or procedural questions, please still feel free to use the fingers. Right now, the last round, as we noticed and as we were also notified, a lot of people were misusing the signs. So So just to go through it real quick, once again, if you raise 2 fingers, that's a reaction. Okay, so you can do it if you spot something that doesn't add up, if you want to add up something, if you want to correct, and so on. 1 finger is a procedural question. Please, let's try to stick with these and not skip the lines, which now the lines will not be skipped because of the Slido, but got a point. Thank you. And there was a question?
Yes, it's more a question to the entire group. Does anyone have some like cream or something for insect bites? Because I was just stung and I'm swelling a bit since I'm a bit allergic. Does like anyone have a cream or something?
There's a right.
So now we can start, and like on this slide, you will now have the Slido, the presentation will be in the back, and we can continue now.
All right. From the proposal point of view, we have covered everything that we will vote on tomorrow, except for one thing. There is one sentence in our statutes which require us, if we make partial changes about the documents, to not just vote on the partial changes, called proposals, but in total the accumulation of all the changes and existing documents need to be approved once more as a whole. So tomorrow we have multiple rounds of voting. The first round of voting in the morning will be either a roll call or a virtual voting sheet that you need to fill out. you will vote on, for example, the action plan of ES in Austria. This will be part of the morning voting. You will vote on all the amendments. So the amendments to the proposal, that means you do not vote in the morning to change any of the legal documents yet. What you decide in the morning in the first voting round is what kind of proposal you will vote on in the second round of voting. That's very important to know because it might make the difference between having an empty proposal and having one that was fixed with one amendment. We will go through them one by one. We will also fix the slight errors that we identified during the day and during the presentations. So in the evening, in the morning, you can take a look at the documents once more. Also, what I would like to do is to write amendments based on the input that we got today. For example, we also talked to one of the smaller sections regarding this exclusion of being in a local and a national vote at the same time. So we made some considerations and might come up with more amendments that we will vote on in the very first round of voting tomorrow morning, where you just decide what is the shape of the proposal that you will vote on in the second round. And then in the second round of voting, you actually decide what kind of changes will be made about the legal documents. This means, does it stay the same or is it being changed? You can always vote that nothing should change. This is always an option. On top of that, you might have 1, 2, or 3 options to choose from, depending on what proposal we are talking about. For example, Fabian presented the project fund increase, where you have 2 options to vote from, to choose from, and there's a third one, which is you don't want anything to change at all. So you have 3 options to choose from. Just keep that in mind. It will be outlined. Then at the very end, if everything is done, we succeeded with all the voting in the day and so on, there will be one more question asked, which is, do you approve the whole change statutes as a whole document, including all the changes that you made individually before? This means we take one part of the current statutes, exchange it for a new one, and in the end, we need to choose if we accept the whole new document as such. This is one vote that we must do at the very end after we made all the votings tomorrow. That's just very important to understand. We will run you through it as fast as we can, and any of us, National Board, Audit Board, any of the experienced members, will be there if you need clarification on whatever, even if it's just one proposal, understanding exactly what it means. Before you vote for something you don't fully understand, please ask us, because that's not what you should do. We want to make sure that you really understand what's going on, what you have to decide, what are the consequences, what are your options. And it's always a legitimate option to just say you don't want anything to be changed, or to just not say anything. If anything comes up today or tomorrow, please let us know. It doesn't have to be in public. We can also just go outside and clarify certain questions in person if you feel more comfortable. If there is any need, please raise your hand, let us know. It's a lot to vote on, and it's a lot that we talked today. Okay, I didn't tell any lies just yet. Okay. I'm so sorry. Yes, there was one proposal.
So that the live stream hear it. There was also a proposal that to make it possible to be part just of one section that I saw and I was against. What happened with this?
As announced in the emails, we withdrew this proposal because it is in practice not feasible. Okay. According to ESN accounts, you can be simultaneously member of multiple sections. You can be simultaneously member of different associations and parts of ESN. So it didn't make any sense to argue based on ESN accounts that you can only be part of one section, because how would you prove it? Because according to ESN accounts, you can be a member of the Spanish section and an Austrian section. And even more. That's why it's practically not feasible. That's why it was withdrawn, because in practice it's almost impossible to make sure that this is the case. Should we come back to some of the topics that we discussed in the beginning that only made sense after we had some proposals? Like, do you still have any questions that you still haven't yet wrapped your mind around fully? Yes, write it, please.
Yeah. Sorry.
No worries, one thing at all. It's just a lot of talking.
Hi, Pete, SustaiNAbility. My question is, one of the very first things that you said is that we're first going to vote on the potential amendments and then on the amended documents. If I'm not wrong, there's no reason for any section to vote first yes or no and then yes or no, like the other voting. Because if I'm not agreeing with the amendments and I vote no, I'm not going to vote yes on the amended documents. So why not just have one voting?
So you have the vote for the amendment. If the vote is yes, then the proposal changes. The amendment changes the proposal. So the next vote then will be on the amended proposal. If the vote for the amendment is no, the proposal stays the same as it was before. It is not changed.
Yeah, exactly. So my vote doesn't change either. So why have another vote?
Because we don't know if you want to accept the amendment or not. And then you decide on the proposal.
No, okay, I'm going to rephrase my question. The first voting is, do I like these changes? And then, do I accept the changes? Right?
The first voting is, do you like the changes about the proposal for change? It's not. I'm not asking you if you would like to change something about the document. That's not the question that we are asking. The first question being asked is, do you like the changes that are made to the proposal that are made? So, let's say, let's use my example here with the ESN cards, okay? So, if I proposed the one that I submitted in the very, very beginning, you can give me the ESN card back. So, that's how the ESN card price is put together. So, imagine now, my initial proposal is to just define how the three constituents of the ESN price are outlined. It consists of base price, it consists of Belgian tax, and it consists of the surcharge of fees in Austria. This was my original proposal, which is proposal number 8, because currently it's not well defined like that in the statutes. That's my proposal. Now, I amend this proposal, and I say the surcharge of fees in Austria is not 65 cents anymore, but it's 40%, which equals €1. So, if you, in the very first voting, you say you do not like my amendment, you basically just say that you do not want to have this part. You do not want to have the 40%. We still will vote on whether it should be constituted like this, consisting of the three parts. All you did is just rejecting my proposal for increasing the 65 cents. Now coming to Mario's example, maybe.
No, it's just
your reaction on it?
I just wanted to, because I have an example that might make sense.
I mean, I can't skip the line, like, yeah, comment.
No, do you understand what Philip said?
It was your question. Okay. Do you understand it?
I understand it, so basically my vote just doesn't change if I vote no and it still goes through, right? Like if I say no and the changes are accepted in the first voting round, I have no reason to change my vote. So in that case, the no remains a no, basically for me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you like the proposal...
So in one case, for me, it's a redundant voting, but only if I vote no and it still goes through.
Yes.
Correct or not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So since we make decision on a majority basis, if 9 sections say they like my amendment, the one in orange, and you say you don't like it, we still will vote on this 3-parted thing with the orange part on top, not with the 65%. And that's why it's 2 rounds of voting. First you decide is it 65% or is it 40%? And then in the second round you say, do you want to have this 3-parted constitution or do you not want anything changed at all? And so it is only partially connected because you might reject the higher surcharge for whatever reasons, for legitimate reasons. You can still support the setup with the 3 stages, like displayed. So in the first round you vote no, in the second round you vote yes, and still it's not contradicting to each other. All you expressed is that you would like to have a surcharge of 65%, but you support us in having this clear definition of the ESN parts with 3 pots.
Do you fully understand? Okay, then mine is irrelevant.
Okay, then I just have to say for me.
Rajas, ESN Grads, can we write the order somewhere so we know first we're waiting on the amendments, then we're
Yes, I wrote everything down already. If you take a look at the agenda sheet, I spent some hours this week. Can I see the agenda on the screen?
Is it okay over there?
Yes. See, in the bottom you see Friday, Saturday, Sunday, workshops, voting sheet. And this is the exact order that we will vote on. So it will not be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as you saw today already. It will mostly be based on that. But can we switch to the voting sheet?
Yeah, because, but you are still standing there, so I don't see the mouse now.
Yes, you're there. So you see, Friday, in the very beginning, we voted on the minutes of NA Graz, EU, NA May. That's done. We also voted on scrutiny, CT. Sunday, round 1, we will vote on minutes, NA Graz, oops, sorry, did already. Amendments, and the dates of the National Assembly in Innsbruck, and the concept of NA Innsbruck. This will be the first round of voting. Then you have Sunday 2. You will vote on the candidacies. Later on, you will vote on budget and action plan. Then you will vote on statutes, standing orders, expenditure guidelines, and so on. So this will be the order that we will also do the roll call, or that you have represented in the election runner. So take a look. I used the exact naming also from the documents that you can find. You have the order, so you can run through top to bottom, and you can talk to people top to bottom and like just take your notes based on a number also. Cool. More questions?
Celine is in St. Pölten. Is it going to be secret votes for all the amendments and legal changes, or is it open voting?
Mario, would you like to tell us the legal basis?
For the changes?
No. If it's a open or a secret voting.
For those, it's generally public, unless somebody wants to have a secret. Excuse me, sorry, Mario. For the proposals, the amendments, and everything which is not related to individual people running for mandates, it's generally public voting, roll call, or maybe some
Column I.
roll call. Unless somebody wants to have specific changes as a secret vote, that's already, it's valid, but please, if you already know that somebody wants to have some proposal votes as a secret vote, please tell us early enough so that the CT and the MB have time to prepare the secret vote.
And we did that already. So we as the MB, we would like to have a part to be voted on in secret, which is all the legal changes that you can see in column I marked as secret. All of those we as NB would like you to vote in secret. So you will have election runner, you can take your time. You do not have to tell in public if you vote for yes, no, ABC, whatever. Also, it doesn't force you to make a split-second decision when to raise your hand or not, but you can actually work your way through the document in your own pace. So we basically have everything is public, but the MB already requested to have the votes on the proposals in secret. So that part is already secret. Everything that's marked in column I as secret, we have kind of requested already a secret vote. Everything that's still public, you can request.
I have a procedural reminder, please use Slido, otherwise your question won't be accepted.
Do you use Slido?
Is there an Pete, SustaiNAbility, is there an option to vote as much as possible online? So number one, CT doesn't have to say every single time SustaiNAbility, blah blah, and we save time as well by not speaking and just doing it with a fingertip.
Yes, where it says secret, this will be online.
But
So we
also
will,
for the first part, he
I'm
asks.
talking about everything.
Yeah, so secret is online. Roll call means that we ask our organization, like you said, if 10% of the sections visit, just any section, any section requested to be online or secret, it can be secret.
The request, Mario, how did it work? The request works for being secret, but not being online. We don't have the distinction of demanding an online vote. But if you demand a secret vote, the modalities will change.
In our case, secret vote means online vote, just for practical reasons. But we do not vote on online or not.
Just to clarify, maybe I misunderstood, but you need 10% of the sections, not one section, so you need two sections to agree to it. No?
Okay, he says
this
no.
is what you
He
said.
says
Okay.
Audit board says no, audit board is probably right.
I was told otherwise.
Who told you?
I also was convinced.
Okay, so what I'm going to do later today is I will write amendments for regulating who can run for national board if they are part of, for example, local board or international or whatever, and try to come up with a better version, less controversial version, that includes at least a grace period, that focuses on specific positions of the national board, because they demand a lot from people like president, treasurer, and vice president, that should not be covered by a position holder of that we still need to find a wording for. And we would like to talk to a few ÖH sections if someone of you would be open, because the reality for some ÖH sections with being referent, so like which is a board member of another association, is the requirement for being president of the ESN section and then being president on a local section and running for the board on national. It gets complicated, and me coming from TU, I do not have the full understanding, so I would like to have the input. So if someone would like to work on it and is open to share their reality with us, I would highly appreciate. Just come forward and talk to us, not now, later. And I also would like to work on the visual hiccups that we saw, like the English version looking different than the German one. I would also like to go through that and just fix it so that in the evening or tomorrow morning you can take a proper look. That is what I would like to work on. Any content changes on the other fronts, please feel free to write amendments. Also, please feel free to approach us. That would be my way forward.
Just for the procedural, you write the amendment in the files which are in the drive. There is a template. You send that amendment to the chairing team before midnight. If it's arriving in the chairing team's inbox after midnight, bad luck.
So write first and then celebrate, not the other way around. And submit first before celebrate. Alright, actually that's all that I wanted to talk about legal stuff. We were much faster than anticipated, because we were expecting to arrange the discussions from before the lunch break also into after the lunch break. But I think we could cover most, if not all, the questions coming up. So if you have any details to discuss, just approach us in person and I will hand it back to the CT.
you everyone. And yeah, with one proceeding with agenda, then we have another candidacy upcoming, Natalia. And just a little note, but the Slido will still remain open for this question round as well, so please keep on using it.
Can I have a mic? Yeah. Hello everybody, this is up.
Hi everybody, Natalia is Somebody Network. I'm not going to ask any questions right now. I'm applying for one of the positions of financial auditor. It's going to be a short quiz presentation. The first question is, who am I to be one of your next financial auditors? I would start with two sides. I have my ESN side, it's everybody here. It started when I did my Erasmus in Vienna. I'm from Spain, from Madrid. I arrived in Vienna to do one of my masters, and I joined the ESN as an Erasmus student for a year. I loved it, so the obvious thing happened. I wanted to stay in Vienna. What did I do? I joined ESN by TV. And it was an amazing experience being with the team, working with them. After 1 year, I applied as president of the section. I got elected to that one. And recently, the 19th of June, I got re-elected as president for Baden-Württemberg for another year. My non-ESN side. For some background, related a bit to the position of financial auditor. I did my bachelor's in engineering, in industrial engineering, and I did 2 masters also in engineering. So, I'm good with Excel files. So I can manage with an Excel file, numbers, and checking that everything is according to what it should be. From my work experience, I manage projects in smaller scale and bigger scale, and I manage invoicing and budgeting projects. So in that sense, I think I can actually have an eye of numbers. And more in a personal way, I keep, and surprisingly, an Excel file about my expenses and where am I spending my money and how much money I do spend a month and how much money I do want to save. So I also have, my brain is structured as a good engineer, so I think I could actually check if our national board is doing everything correctly. Feel free to ask any questions because I asked a lot before. So thank you very much. Well,
Mario, former financial auditor of ESN Austria. Excel is nice, but there are solutions which do the whole balancing and calculation without the formulas and make less mistakes. Would you be interested in those?
I would be happier. If I'm open to use any software. I'm quite a fast learner to use any type of software, one or the other. And if it's easier to keep track and do the balances, I'm good with just a bit of curve of learning and then just applying it. I do not know what Junukas is, but I can look it up.
just.
Okay, is anyone still typing the questions?
You're being too nice, I asked way too many questions.
Yes, I am. 1 second.
Okay, so after this, I suggest to close the speakers list. Anyone against? So we'll close the speakers list after Fabian's question.
Fabian is in Austria. How well do you know our statutes and standing orders, and especially the expenditure guidelines?
Well, I read a bit of them. I did not read all of them. If I need to read all of them, I would. It's not my favorite text, but well, I'm applying to the position, so if it's implied, I will read them and go through them. I think
Looks like it. Okay, thank you a lot for the questions and for the presentation. And
And we will now continue with another candidacies. So the upcoming is a video presentation for the National Event Manager from Latte.
Hello there. So I think most of you probably already know me, but if not, I'm Mate, the events manager of the Buddy Network TU Wien, and hopefully your next national events manager. A little bit about myself and my ESM career so far. I started doing ESM around 2 years ago after COVID, because I desperately needed some social interactions, and organizing seemed like a fun hobby to do, and it turned out to be true. I would say I have been very active ever since. I organized a bunch of trips for my section, including 4 Budapest trips. I think I will do a 5th one, but let's see about that. It slowly gets boring. And I also organized a Munich trip and a Croatia trip. I already mentioned that I was the events manager last year, and a few days ago I actually have been re-elected, so I will continue to have the position next year as well, which I am very happy about. And I am also just about to finish my bachelor degree, which means that ESM will probably have more time in my life, even though it was already my big-time procrastination tool for studying. So yeah, I thought I would take on a bigger challenge and apply for the National Events Manager position. Regarding my experience for the job, I was part of the previous 2 Alps OCs, and I can confidently say that I have seen the ups and downs of this trip, because 2 semesters ago we could barely ski, the weather was so horrible, and last semester we had sunshine and everything ran smoothly. So yes, I think I would have a very good oversight, and I could really lead the organizing process because I have good practice in it. And a little bit about my goals as National Events Manager. I would mostly want to follow my predecessors Armin's footsteps, and I would want to reform the National Events Policy paper to have more sensible deadlines, because the summer semester Alps is usually plagued by these deadlines. It's really hard to find people and to fix everything in time, because we just don't have enough time for a lot of bureaucracy in the summer semester, since it has to be in the beginning of March. And I would also try to centralize the organization a bit more, because right now the main LCs have a lot of work to do, and the OCs, in my opinion, would still have capacity, for instance, book the buses for everyone, which would also remove some unnecessary bureaucracy steps again, and would create a probably much smoother process, because less communication is needed between the main LCs and the OCs, and the knowledge also stays contained of the trip, so the OC can have a better oversight. Another thing that I would want to focus on is to create a document for future OCs of Alps, because so far Alps knowledge has been often lost between two generations of ESNers, and a document like this would ensure that we can keep up the high quality organization without the need for a very experienced member who is always doing Alps again and again till new members learn the chores. This would mean that I would basically write up everything, every to-do, everything that's needed for the trip, so that someone starting from the ground up could follow these instructions and pull it themselves without a big external help. And my last point would be to seriously consider and look into the options for a national summer trip. I don't know these options yet. I would consider probably something similar to the outdoor trip of Graz and the TUB right now, because that's probably something that would be manageable. A big hiking trip, maybe swimming in a lake, maybe using tents, I don't know. I would look into the options. And yeah, I think that's it from me, and I hope you will vote for me. Thank you, and have a nice Sunday. Bye.
As Marty could not be here today, you offered to answer your questions on Slack. So you can check in the ESN Austria Slack in the general channel, and you can ask your questions there in the thread. I made a post.
So we can continue now with another presentation regarding the Alps OC candidates. So another video is coming from Alice.
I want to join the movement. Hey, I'm already testing if the chairlift is Alps approved. Seems sturdy. There we have the red track. Unfortunately, no snow. Hey, I am Iris. I am in the ESN family for now over a year. And also since a few months, I am the event manager of WKW. I applied as Alps OC because I love to organize and get things done. I did many events. Some of them, the biggest ones, are of course the Fanta 4 events. So I helped with Sotter and Hallstatt. And one big event I did all by myself was Hinterbrühl. There I went with over 30 incomings. Yeah, this was an experience. So I feel capable of organizing Alps, of course with the help of many others. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to having a great time and making this great event happen. I also wish you all a nice NA, and a big thank you to all the OCs who made this NA happen. Bye!
Okay, thanks for another presentation. And now, after the videos, we have one presential candidate, Jenny.
There is one more video. There is one more video. Antonio.
Change the agenda a bit so that
Which are you looking at? You have, yeah, Antonio.
Oh, my bad, sorry. Antonio's video is coming right next. And then we have the presential ones.
It's quite early, isn't it? It seems that I have to wait a bit for the most amazing national event, the Alps. For those who already know me, hi people, miss you, and I'm really sad that I cannot be there with you. For those who don't know me, hi, I'm Adonis, aka Anthony, events manager for ESN Klagenfurt. Few words for me. I joined ESN Klagenfurt as an incoming student back in summer semester of 2022, and one semester later I started my master's at the same university, and that's when I joined my local section as a team member. Since then I have hosted quite a few events like hikes, karaoke nights, picnics, and stuff like that. And I became events manager on 2024. Regarding Alps, I have to say that it seems like a love story. I joined the Alps as an incoming student, as I already told you, back in 2022. And I have to say that it was one of the best moments of my Erasmus life. Last semester I had the opportunity to join Alps as an OC, and I have to say that it was one of my best moments of my student life. Watching something that you organize for months coming to life is amazing, especially when it runs smoothly and without any issues. Watching all the people, all the incomings, enjoying their lives, having fun, and saying the best is priceless. And especially when you know that you played a small role on that. These are the feelings that I want to experience again, and that's why I'm applying for an OC position for November's Alps. Thank you very much for your time, and see you on the slopes maybe.
I have a question to the MB. For the two previous candidates, is there a question round also on Slack, or is there no question round?
No question round.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we'll proceed to the presential presentation, however, with Anna this time.
Which candidate is this? positions. I don't even have as
Okay. Yes, so in case you don't know me yet, I'm Anna. I'm the communications manager. Oops. Okay, again. So I'm Anna. I'm communications manager of Uni Wien, and I'm applying to be part of the OPS-OC, and now I'm going to tell you why. So I'm going to start first maybe about myself. I studied media and communications in the bachelor. I now study marketing in the master's, and yeah, I do the communications of Uni Wien. So my design career, I started in Klagenfurt, where I wasn't as active as I am now, but it was like my first introduction. I did some things for Instagram and I really liked it. Yes, then I became a member of Uni Wien. You can see also the Pride stickers that I made for the Pride Parade. Yes, and now the number one, the Instagram, the communications management part that I'm doing and have been doing for the last semester and will be doing for the summer semester as well. Yes, why do I want to be part of the OPS-OC? So I think we've heard like a few presentations about the event management side, but I think it's also quite important to have the PR side, and that's basically what I would like to do. So I want to branch out from doing only things for Uni Wien, and like Hermann is amazing, as you can see, we all love him, but maybe do something besides that as well. I want to be part of a nice event. Like you just heard, it's a nice feeling if you are part of something big and it works out pretty nice. And also just work on my skills, because as I said, I'm working in marketing and I'm studying marketing. Yes. What else? You can check here the Uni Wien Insta if you don't know already, and you can also follow it if you don't already. You can see what I'm doing, my ideas, my plans. What else? Yes, I know how to use different graphic tools besides Canva, which I think can be quite useful sometimes. I also made this little Hermann that you see here, so if we need some logos or something, I can also do that. And yes, Hermann says that also you should vote for me.
Thank you for the presentation. So anyone who has any questions, please feel free to...
Just reaction, Jenny is here in 5 minutes.
Okay, so back to the question round. So if anyone has any questions, just feel free to type them in.
Philip is in Austria. What previous event organization experiences do you contribute to the team?
I mean, I'm not in the events part of the team, so to say. I'm doing more communications. And I think it's it's difficult, but we are many people to plan together. So if there are some tasks, I think I can fulfill them. And I think if you have like this communication strategy, it's also quite important if you don't have anyone who knows how to do it. So I think it's would be quite nice to have someone who has experience in that.
Who is anonymous?
So as you remember, one of the first comments about the anonymous was that if there is not a name in the sections, these questions will not be taken into the consideration. So whoever question that is, please fix it, and we will get back to your question.
Hi, Ilse is in Latvia. So as I understood, you're applying more for a communication position with the OC. So what would you change from the previous years in the terms of how communication was done?
Yes, I think it's already quite good, but as far as I've seen, it's been very similar for the last years. So the branding was the same, which is nice so people can recognize it, but I think we're trying to approach different people every time it happens. So I'm not like, I think it's good, but it's also nice to have new ideas. And I mean, I haven't been so far into this topic the last time it happened, but to me it seemed there was quite some confusion going on about, I don't know what's happening, I feel like, with incoming. So yeah, we could work on maybe improving some way we communicate and bring out information.
Natalia is on the network. You are applying SOC for PR topics, but I have the feeling that being OC of Alps implies it's more than that, and you would have to probably get more into events organization. How comfortable do you feel like that with those topics?
I agree with you, but yeah, as I said before as well, that I'm not alone. So there's also people who have quite a lot of experience, or will be people, and I mean, I can ride a bus company. I can do that. It's not as that I don't want to do anything at all, besides taking some pictures. But yeah, I would have to learn, I think.
Hello, Julian is in Wien. Are you ready to edit 300 gigabytes of drone videos of next Alps? We have it from last Alps, but it's still not edited. AKA, are you interested in like improving your skills by making an after movie probably?
I'm not sure if we need a drone video of 300 gigabytes.
It's not only one.
But yes. If you want, we can talk about that and discuss about the videos. Yeah.
Or is it more the organizational part of the communication?
Yeah, because I mean, I didn't say, but I'm working also as a video editor now, so I also know how to do that, and I like to do it. But yeah, that's also something that I would like to change from the previous years, that we also share some actual pictures from the people going there, or like experiences, and work more on that. Because I think now it's very, if I remember correctly, very unpersonal. Yeah.
Pete, SustaiNAbility. To go back to his question as well, you said you know how to use video tools, that you're a video editor and everything. Do you think about creating specific reels about Alps? Doesn't even have to be promotional wise, can only be also like highlights of what happened so that people can have memories. And if yes, what kind of content have you planned?
Yes, so this is something I also want to do for Univin actually, like to maybe have a camera there that has a good quality, and then we can share the pictures also with the incomings. So they have some nice memories of that. For example, we also bought a Polaroid camera for Univin. That's also something we could consider, which is also very popular, I think. Yeah, and I think more in general, like also show what people are actually doing there, and like show why it's happening. Not everyone who goes there would like to do a video, but I think also people like to be shared online for other people to see. Something specific, maybe to show like the different parts of what's happening. Like it's skiing, it's making friends, yeah, and show like the different sections that also go there to show that it's one community.
Mario, audit board. You talked a lot about showing off the event and promoting it.
But in the past, we always had the issue that we had way more people wanting to go than they actually can go because of the spot limitation. So you're hyping up expectation, and then you have a lot of disappointed incoming. So we have a strategy for that as well.
I think that's most events, no? Yeah. I'm not sure how you could solve that. I mean, it's nice that people want to go and that they're excited.
Yeah. PETS and Technicum, better amazing promotion with disappointed people who cannot participate than no promotion.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are answered. Anyone still typing?
Okay. These two just appeared.
Oh, sorry.
Natalia, you somebody at work. Focusing on communication and PR, would you be more likely to push for more partnerships and try to convince them with promotion, communication, etc.?
Yes, actually that's something that I'm also quite interested in, to do some partnerships and sponsorships. I'm not sure what partners there are now, to be honest. But yeah, I think it's a huge event and there are some possibilities. I don't have experience in that yet, but yeah, it's something I'm definitely interested in, and I think that could work.
PETS and Technicum, what programs do you use to edit videos and pictures? I mean, you're a video editor,
yeah.
right? So you should have like a go-to program.
Yeah, I mean, for Vienna I use CapCut because it's free. At my work we use something called Veed.io. We also use Figma for the creative, like for the assets. If you put some stickers or something. Also the stickers I made with Figma, or the logo I also made with Figma for Unimin. Yes, but I mean I'm media studies major, so I use Photoshop as well, and like what's it called? Adobe Premiere. Yeah. It's just inexpensive, so I don't think we will use it. Maybe it's hard.
Everyone already wrote down their questions? So I suggest to close the question round, the speakers list. So no thinking.
Is it typing?
You can
Or should we just ask it?
You can propose to close it after him. So we can wait
Mario Auditort, in case you're not getting elected for the OC of the Alps, would you be available to go there on a local section team spot and add in your experience in the promotion part or something like that?
I think yes, if there's the possibility for communications in that. Yeah.
I think generally we make the rules so we can, as a National Assembly, decide how we want to structure all of this. Just saying.
I mean, I saw the tasks that were listed as the tasks that have to be done as the OC, and there was like a lot of communication things, so that's why I applied.
Okay, looks like the final question was given and answered. So anyone else, any questions? So I'm proposing to close the speakers list. Anyone opposed? And it is closed. Thank you a lot for the presentation.
Perfect. And we have Jenny here, so can you please come forward?
Hi.
Hi everyone, I'm Jenny. I'm from ESN-BKB from Vienna, and I actually don't have a presentation because I just wanted to tell you the story why I want to be OC for the next Alps. So actually 1 year ago I came back from my Erasmus semester, and I was part of ESN, but I have not really been doing anything much. And then one of our section was OC of the next Alps. It was Rafi. And he really was so happy about the event and said, yeah, please come with us. It's like the most fun thing you will ever experience. And I was kind of skeptical, but in the end I went along with it just like as an LC for Vienna. And it was really a great experience. And actually Alps convinced me that ESN is a really cool thing. And this was the event why I stuck around and I'm still here. I'm still standing in front of you now. So Alps is the reason why I'm still here with ESN. And so I was just like a normal LC for Vienna. And the next Alps, I applied for being main LC for Alps. And this was also a great experience. It was so much fun. And so you realize I was first I was just LC, then I was main LC. So the next thing I could do is being OC, so I just went through all the steps up there. Yeah, this is my story and my motivation behind it, and also why I'm also capable of doing this. I'm really organized. I can really do things. If I say I'm doing it, I'm really doing it, and I think some people know me. You know, if I say I will do it pretty good, and I'm organized, and yeah, you can really rely on me, and that's basically my application. Thank you.
So for the questions, please, once again, use the Slido. Okay.
Mario, auditor. So you've been to 2 Alps, I heard. So what's the biggest lesson you learned there?
I think the biggest lesson is the importance of teamwork and also to rely on your teammates. Because if not, it's easier if everybody knows what they're doing and actually doing their job. So it's their work is evenly split, and then we all have a great time. Because I think the first Alps I was there, the team spirit for actually doing your work was not with everyone. So I ended up doing more than I should, and this was yeah, kind of unmotivating. So that's probably the biggest lesson, working your team if you sign up for being in a team.
PTS and Technicum, are there any specific areas that you would like to be responsible for, that you already know that you're really into when it comes to the organization?
I have some skills in graphic design and merch and promotion and Instagram stuff, but actually that's what I am skilled at, and I've been doing that for quite some events in ESN and also privately. But that's also the reason why I don't want to do that specifically, because I already know how to do that and I'm good at it. So I want to experience something new, get new tasks, and also grow in that. So I don't have a specific area I want to be responsible for. I just don't want to be main responsible for the graphic stuff, because I'm always doing that, and I think somebody else can do that now. I mean, I can help, but yeah.
Philip is in Austria. Based on your previous editions, Alps experience, what would you like to change about the organization?
Actually, I don't really have something for like the Alps event, like being there, but I think you can handle it better with like the transportation of the different sections from like all over Austria. Maybe we can like restructure that, but that's also not my responsibility. I think it's like from the responsibility of the events manager of ESN Austria, but I'm like up for that and maybe also figured out how we can improve that. But for the event itself, I think it's good as it is.
Hello, ESN, Julian, ESN from Wien. The same question as I asked to Anna. Are you motivated to do an after movie for Alps?
I still need some motivation to do an after movie from the last Alps, because I still have some gigabytes of video material Julian gave me.
300 gigabytes.
Sorry, 300.
No, but are you motivated maybe with Anna together to do an after movie?
Yeah, like totally doing it alone, probably no, but with Anna together I would be up for that, because it's a lot of work.
Just a reaction to that, I think that would be really amazing. Just ESN Graz, if you make an after movie, that could work really well for promoting an already amazing event.
I dare to object. I think it's not relevant to making a judgment whether she's qualified for being OC of the position, like of Alps or not.
Yes, hi, Jana, ESN Uni Wien. Yes, my question would be concerning health. What would you change in future Alps? Like,
health?
Health, like, I think I've heard that there were accidents for the first time today, so.
Oh, you mean for the incomings, like getting injured while skiing?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, you can only recommend them to like only sign up for like classes, what they're actually capable of. They've never skied, like really tell them, don't do them.
Yeah.
Fortgeschrittenen courses.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, but
thank you.
Okay, anyone else still typing? I propose to... Okay. Okay, ActiveHeat's question, I propose to close the speakers list. Anyone against? Okay, so one more question and the speakers list is closed. This is what I meant before.
Hi, Pete, ESN Technicum. Are you happy with the current amount of participants that we have on average, or would you like to change something about it, considering other national organizations have participants in 500 to 1,500 people? Just as a food for thought.
Yeah, if the event itself like still stays in the same hotel, same place, I would not change it. I think we are already at maximum capability. I mean, it would be great if you like offer, especially students or like incomings from not Vienna or Graz, more people to go there would be great. But I don't think the hotel where we're always doing it has that much more capability, so I would not change that.
That's a reaction. I just wanted to...
My question is a reaction to this. So as I understood correctly, ESN Graz and ESN Vienna have the most spots for each trip.
By far.
Is there a system for spot allocation per section, or is it just first come, first serve? Because I know we have partners with time travels, we have certain spot allocations per country or per organization. How does it work for this trip, or what do you want to change, or can you clarify?
So there is a version, the national level sends out an open call to the sections. The sections estimate the number of spots they want to have, and then according to the available spots and the estimates from the local level, there will be a as fair as possible distribution. But typically we have too few spots because sections would like to have more. So
It's always, and they need to take into account for each individual location in Austria, each section, what's feasible for them. So for example, it's not feasible for Graz to have half a bus full of spots, or it's not feasible for Klagenfurt to have below a certain minimum amount which they can easily handle. So there is rules in our national event policy paper.
Anyone? All good? Yeah.
Okay, thank you then. Thank you. And now we will proceed with an online presentation. Sophia should be already connected.
Hello everybody. You all see and hear me as well as my presentation.
Can you talk to her?
Yes, we can.
Wait. You cannot hear me.
Yes, can you hear us?
Okay.
We can hear you.
Hello, hello, can you hear us?
So,
It's probably going to be the connection.
Yes.
Could you ask her to turn off the video?
Could you try to turn up the video if you hear us?
yeah, maybe. Like, I'll try. Just a minute. Okay, but can you hear me overall?
Yes.
Yes, now it's good.
Okay, perfect. So, then, do you still see my screen?
Yes. It looks like something's loading to be shared. Presented. There was a present. Yeah, now we see the presentation.
Okay, so now you can all see the presentation?
Yes, the presentation is shared.
Okay.
Maybe it would help, like, if somebody is connected
Okay.
to the Wi-Fi and not using it, can you just disconnect, please?
Okay, perfect. So I got a confirmation from Pia that everything's working out. How better get started? Yeah, as you can all see, I decided to apply as an OC for Alps the following winter semester in November. Before I go into any other further details of why I decided to become Alps, the OC for Alps this time, to give you a quick introduction about me. I am Sophia, for those of you who don't know me yet. I am currently I'm currently doing my bachelor studies in sociology. So I used to study teacher training, but I did studies, and I also briefly worked as a consultant at the consultation center. And for those who already know me, I'm also known as a B's girl who prefers Salzburg. And now I'd like to give you a quick look for my end experience. So it all started for me in November 2022 when I first joined ESN, and I've been an active member ever since. And I've also participated at the NA in Salzburg, became one of the OCs, and I was also responsible for the sponsorship for the NA, though sadly I got COVID time and I couldn't join. So that's why I have not been present, but I still did participate. And I've been an event manager for my section since November last year. Though we're gonna have like another change board positions in the very future, and now I'm hoping to become the vice president of my section. And I've also been in Alps 3 times in total. The last times, like in November 23 and November 24, and in the main LC. And that's also the reasons I decided to apply to as an OC for Alps. Here are any further reasons, and I also wouldn't mind putting a lot of effort making sure that the event itself goes smoothly. It's also very important for me everyone's been comfortable, like as well as the participants, as well as like the other LCs, and I would also make sure all the participants pay their pending orders in time and get the full and pay the full amount they ordered. And I would also make sure that all the tasks needing to be done by C and LCs per section, like giving them reminders of, hey, you already figured out the price, hey, how are you gonna get there? And so, well, and to try to help. I also know what to do. And I'm also hoping to help because I would be looking forward to use Excel to have an overview of all the participants, regarding the payment, and I would also be happy if I could work on the room division and well, the other important things that should be done. And it would be also nice to and it would be great. Well, I would feel honored if I managed to organize an event that turns into the time of the life of this, and I would also be very happy to work with the team and hope that everything will be going just smoothly. Yeah, this should be it. Like all the presentations, if you have any questions, I'll stay in line and I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, so everyone, you already know how it goes. In case of any questions, there is a Slido.
Philipp is in Austria. What kind of event management experience could you contribute to the OC?
Well, I would, because I would remind us of how, like, I was basically the glue of holding the, of keeping our current section alive. I mean, I did OC for the welcome events the last time. And I mean, I for instance organized the pub crawl. I organized the nest opening party, several parties and several events where we did meet to put out. And I was also basically making sure that our section gets to participate in ALPS the last 2 times I've been main LC.
Sophie, yes, in Innsbruck, based on your experience as an LC, where do you see the biggest challenges for the OC?
Well, your question was like what challenges I would see OC or?
Yeah, since you have been an LC before for ALPS, where would you say are the biggest, or what would you say are the biggest challenges for the organizing committee?
Well, I would say like hard to tell like exactly by heart. I mean like knowing that it's like your full responsibility, that you're like in control of everything, and also and I'm also a little worried that I may neglect a task, but I'll still get forward in time. And I mean, I know that it's a lot of work, and beyond, it's hard to tell, like, by hard with just like the challenge. I mean, yeah. Any other questions?
Okay, I see a lot of faces in their phones, so is anyone texting the question right now?
I'm sorry, what?
It was asked here in the room, not for you.
Okay, so...
Oh, I see, okay.
Sorry, I'm going to use the mic now. Once again, nobody's texting the question, right? Like, all the questions are answered by now? So in that case, I suggest to close the speakers list. Anyone against? Speakers list is closed. And thank you, Sophia, a lot for the presentation. So right now we will have a coffee break. We will do a bit longer than planned one, since we got ahead of the agenda quite well. So we will have 20 minutes of the break. So go ahead, stretch a bit, and see you back at 4:03. But before that,
So our lovely OC has prepared sugar cubes outside in the coffee area. Anybody who doesn't know what sugar cubes are?
You can explain. It's not
Okay.
sugar.
Huh?
It's not sugar.
It's not sugar. You wouldn't get sugar problems from that. It's appreciation that you write on a piece of paper for each individual participant, for the MD, for the OC, for the CT, where you can write a paper and then you put it in an envelope. If you go outside in the coffee area, you will see like a board with envelopes where you can like put in appreciation for everybody. Thank you, and have a good coffee break. And
we also put a flip chart in the back for the open spaces tomorrow. So if you would like to discuss some topic there, you can add it to the flip chart and add your name as well.
Procedural. Could you explain what the open space is?
So the open space, we will give you some time tomorrow, I think around 1 hour. And you can choose the topics and discuss them. You don't have to stay with one topic for the whole time, but you can also switch between topics. So it's just a space for best practice, exchange, and discussion.
and also like just being in a team and learn what my tasks are. I'm a team player, so yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, so as it goes, please feel free to type in the questions.
It's necessary, just asking.
Hmm?
Not necessary, I'm just asking.
For
Philip is in Austria. What would you like to do in the position?
What do you want me to do in that position?
That was your clue.
Oh yes.
Liaise with the national agency ÖAD, the Students' Union ÖH, Ministry of Education and the Conference of University. Promote a healthy and sustainable cooperation. Bring initiatives from the sections to the stakeholders and vice versa. Maybe grow years in Austria.
I would do that.
Philip, is there also the connection with the Ministry of Education included? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's like more of like a teamwork job. So within a team, whatever responsibilities come, I will certainly be really happy to do that and represent them towards higher educational institutes.
Sophie is in Innsbruck. I did not really know how to phrase that question, but just like, where do you see the worth of our relations to higher education institutions, or how do you think ESN can best use them or put them to use?
I think every association, especially like some associations like ESN, we really benefit from just like talking to other institutes and just like sharing information, because information is, besides money, a really valuable currency. So that's where I see the most worth. It's just like talking and sharing information and just like helping each other out.
Rajas, ESN Graz, do you have any tangible goals that you want to accomplish in this position?
Not yet, no.
Okay. And any timeline, when will you have such a thing, or do you plan to have such a thing, or it's just vibes?
Actually, if I get elected for that position, I'd really like to sit down with the national board and talk about what your goals are and how we can accomplish that together.
Okay.
Atisha, ESN Frankfurt. How do you plan to balance the time commitment between ALPS OC, this national coordinator position, and as far as I remember, I think you also have a local board president.
I'm president.
Exactly. And hopefully have a life outside of ESN.
You're supposed to have that. Yeah, I kind of tend to like load myself with a lot of responsibilities, but that's also why I can confidently say that I will be able to handle it because I've been doing that for quite some time already. And I just like to learn with new responsibilities, so that's why I'm also always like changing my responsibilities. Because I've always like the same level of commitments. I just like change it up. Like last time was only main LC and Alps. Now I'm OC. It's not the same commitment time-wise, but yeah, I think I learned how to handle my time accordingly.
Natalia, you said Marina Network. I think it's pretty much the same question. You have several positions or are applying to several positions. What priorities do you have within those positions, and how much time do you think you could give to each position?
I think my greatest priority is my own section because I'm president there, so that's my biggest commitment, and this will always come first. And then it will go to like the LO position, because Alps is a responsibility, but it's like it's not for like a whole year. It's just like a smaller time period, and it's also just roughly at the beginning of the semester. I also don't have that much to do in like university, so I think it will work out.
Kind of like a follow-up question. We had a lot of discussion just today about people taking on multiple ESN positions, and that maybe means that people are not able to do justice to each of the positions they take on. Just want to know your thoughts about that.
I'm conflicted with that because I am taking on multiple responsibilities. I think it always depends on the person. If that person applies for some position, I think they should know, or it's like your first responsibility to know if you have enough time for that. And I think I am really eager to give every position the time it deserves.
Anyone? Okay, nobody typing anymore. So I suggest to close the speakers list, and speakers list is closed.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on with the agenda, you can keep the microphone on. Yeah. So we will have a presentation on information flow.
For the mic.
So, good afternoon everyone. Welcome to another presentation. This time holding again by Philip and me. And it's about information flow. It's just to have kind of a baseline that everybody's on board about what communication channels we have, and also to build upon it for the coming mandate. So, as especially board members and presidents of sections know, there is a mailing list. Maybe not every member has seen it. We use the mailing list to bring up some informations to either to the whole members of all sections, or just the board members or the team members, or only just to the presidents, depending on the topics. And you can already see, I illustrated a little bit, we have three mailing lists which we mainly use. Actually, the first two ones that we mainly use. And the first one is the section presidents at esaustria.org, which are directed directly to the presidents of each section. So they get, and the audit board and the national board. So these are the people who will get information when we send it to those mailing lists. So this here is the list that we use from the national board to send information to the presidents and sections and stuff. So that's that one direction. And then the second one, which is a bit broader, is for the sections of ESN Austria. That includes also the team members. So it's either the team address in each section or just like individual emails in there. So if you want to be added in there, your board or your president just lets us know, and we add your emails in there.
Actually, it's the section themselves who should care for that, because like it's the office at or team at addresses usually that are part of this section's email address. So for some sections, it's the local board who is included in there, and then there should be one mailing list that includes every single member of the section, and that falls into the category on the very right, the contacts mailing list.
So you also see the hashtag. That's not the hashtag for Instagram or social media. That's for people who are using Slack. All of the emails that are sent to the sections at esnaustria.org. It's an open channel. You can subscribe to that channel on ESN Austria Slack for the people who know. And you can all see already all of the emails over there.
Why is that? Because what we send to sections at ESN Austria is not confidential. It's actually very important information that we send to those mailing lists. For example, anything that we need to adhere because of legal requirements. So we need to inform the National Assembly, for example, gets sent to sections at esnaustria.org. And because not everyone either is in the team email address of the section or wants to get too many emails, we provide this additional option so that anyone who is interested can opt in or opt out by just joining or leaving the Slack channel.
I also want to have a question. How many people here are actually using the ESN Austria Slack? Just raise your hand. Okay.
Who isn't and who would like to?
What was the second question? Who isn't on the ESN Austria Slack channel?
But who would like to?
That's a trick question.
That's an important question.
Okay, coming to these questions, we are interested also to improve the communication channels we have. We will be working on it and maybe also send out a survey or like just an email or ask you how the landscape looks like, who wants to receive what where. So that will come up during the mandate, just letting you know. Okay, so continuing, we have put some example topics for each of the mailing lists. The section president's one will get usually voting matters, like delegation, vote delegations for the NAs, stuff like that. Also like topics only concerning the presidents. Yeah, well, I can elaborate on that, but they know.
Priority list, confidential information, examples, not
exclusive.
Not limited to, but including.
So, and then you have the sections email where we post official announcements for the NA stuff, like events happening.
For example, also generally sharing information with the National Assembly because we have to. Official announcements like new boards or new national board might be shared there. Yeah, in form of the minutes, for example. Anything official that you should know, like we are launching a new project and you should be part of it, that kind of would be official, so it would end up there as well.
Okay, and then the contacts ones, like open calls for positions and very important information that concerns like the whole, like every member in our network in Austria.
And since this is supposed to reach more than 230 volunteers in Austria, we really limit the amount of emails we send to this address because it's distributed widely and to not unnecessarily flood information onto people. We try to avoid whenever possible and really restrict ourselves with using this mailing list. But if we use it, it kind of is important that it reaches everyone. That's why it's important to keep your team mailing list updated, because if there is some very crucial information that every member should have, then we should have a channel to those people, and that for us is the contacts mailing list. That's why we, with every National Assembly report or section report, ask if you actually care and update this very mailing list. If you have difficulties, please approach us. It is very important to us.
And on the topic of approaching us, we also the other way of communication. So if you want to send us any kind of information or ask us or like get in contact with us using emails, this is the mailing list that we have set up for contacting the national board and its coordinators. As you can see, NB at ESN Austria, that goes directly to the national board members. We all get it, the whole team, like the whole board. And then you also have like a bigger mailing list, that's the NBC, that stands for National Board and Coordinators. So you also reach all of the coordinators with that.
And the same what we did with the sections email mailing list, we also did with the National Board and National Coordinator mailing list. So we also have private Slack channels, mails-NB and mails-NBC, where the National Board and the coordinators are part of, so that also we can check our emails actually on Slack and don't need to open up our mailbox. That's just handy.
Okay, yeah, there's like some topics that you would, that if you want to contact us, some examples for the topics which you would send on this mailing list. And B is like some kind of sensitive or confidential information that just the National Board should know, and also some information that are connected to some kind of legal requirements or questions, stuff like that. But you can also ask those in Slack channels which we will come to. And for the coordinators, also like information that's concerning ESN International, or like if you want to reach out to ESN International or to other national organizations, if I'm not mistaken.
For example, when there's something coming from ESN International on a project being launched, a cooperation with a partner or university, or the European Union does something fancy, this kind of information is not just sent to the National Board, but it's sent to the National Board and the coordinators to make sure that, for example, the liaison officers get their education information, the social inclusion coordinator gets their social inclusion information. Any information that we get from an international level on such topics ends up not with the National Board for distribution, but ends up with the entire national level already, so that there is no information barrier in between board and coordinators in that regard.
Okay, moving on. We have also decided to do a cleanup of the ESN Austria Slack channels, so everybody who's there would know how many channels there are and what's up. We made like a list for ourselves, like to-dos, where we go through each and every channel that we have found and do either 3 of the stuff that's on the slides here, to either archive channels which are not used anymore or not needed anymore or way too old. We will send a message in there to inform you that we are closing that channel, so if there's no objection there, then the channel gets archived. And then also like updating the names of some channels to make them clearer. You will see that in the course of the weeks or months, depending on how we work out the tasks. At some point, during the mandate. And the last point is like just to update the members in that list in the channels, because some channels are quite bloated in a sense. So we will also like remove very old members who are not active anymore, or like make sure that people are in the channels where they need to be, where it's quite obvious that we need those members in those channels. But obviously, you can choose yourself where you are. So there's like gonna be an overhaul of the selections. Which we already mentioned, so that we have it central here, that you can see all of them. These are the 4 mails channels you can subscribe to see the mailing list emails that's coming in, like the mail sections, emails that go to the sections at ESNAustria.org. You can all see them in Slack in that channel. And as you can already see, Mails General Assembly, that's the huge mailing list that goes to the whole network. So that's sent from I sent an email yesterday to show all of the network our live stream and agenda.
Twice.
Yes, I had a typo. So you can also see everything that's into the whole network in that channel, the General Assembly. And then there's also like the International Events channel, where you also get information, like see the emails that are, obviously international events.
So this is a filtered selection of all the invitations and information that we get via any of the mailing lists that exists out there. We as the National Board filter for you to provide you a selection of only the stuff that you can attend to. For example, if any of the ESN countries sends us an invitation to the National Assembly. Right now, either you're a National Board, either you hope that it ends up at sections at esn.org, or you're part of the GA mailing list, which is a lot. But we take it all,
filter it and provide you the information just for the events that you can participate. So any national event happening in a foreign country, we post it there. Any national assembly that we are invited to, we post it there. Any grants lab, project, training opportunity that is there out there that you can take part of, it ends up in international events. So if you want to go abroad, use the possibilities of the network, then we highly recommend you to join this part. Did the timer mean that we should come to an end?
Yeah. So I also put the direct contact for each member and positions in ASN Austria in the slides. You can go to the slides and see them if you want. Stay with the public. That's for the board. That's for the coordinators. Some emails are not defined yet because we're still electing people and setting up the new positions that haven't been existing before. And moving on, those are for the legal bodies, the audit board, obviously on the slides. You can look at it. You can look at it afterwards. And yeah, well, now we're finishing the presentation. Thank you for your attention. You don't have questions, no? We have questions. Oh, yeah?
We have, as far as I know, 11 minutes of questions. No? You decide. You tell. Make the announcement.
Yeah, it's basically we moved the agenda from yesterday a bit so late.
Okay, then say what it is.
Okay, so everyone, if you have questions, please just go ahead to the slide.
Slider.
Oh, Slider. Oh, sorry, a lot of slides.
Who was that? Is it that's you?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
Hello, Ilse, ESN Latvia. Probably talking so much for someone who's not in ESN Austria. So this is not a very hard task to do all the communication cleanups, but it's a very long task to do and painful to do. Do you have somebody delegated for this? Because I know both of your positions entail a lot of work as it is. Or are you planning to delegate or planning to have somebody to deal with all of the communication? If that makes sense. Okay.
It's also somewhat of a personal interest for me, the information flow. So I see it mainly in my hands. And also, we have communication manager, Jess, of course. Oh no, not you. I think there was somebody else. No, there was also a second person who was also personally interested in that. Well, anyway, the task lies mainly with me, so I will take care of that.
And since we don't have a WPA yet, so there's no one right now caring for mailing lists, account management and stuff, so that's currently with the two of us as well.
Mario, audit board, quite technical question. Your last slide you presented auditors at esnaustria.org, which is the financial auditor's email address. Do you see an issue if we add the financial in the name, so it's more differentiated from audit board?
I've actually taken a look at that already. It's very simple to use existing accounts and create new aliases for it. For example, the mailing list that you saw presented as NB at esnaustria.org is also reachable if you send to board@esnaustria.org, and the same we can easily do here. So the account auditors still exists, but we will from there on use financial minus auditors, for example. Possible, not a big issue, not a big deal.
Anyone still texting the questions? Okay, so I suggest to close the speakers list. Anyone against? Speakers list is closed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Here you go.
And now we will move on with another presentation, which was not planned for today. Really quick explanation. The presentation should have happened tomorrow, but since we are expecting some amendments to the amendments to be discussed, and not to prolong the agenda tomorrow, we have still saved some time today. So right now we will proceed with the AB update. And yes.
I'll look for it.
We are looking, no? We are looking for a third audit board member, but I guess he's cleaning up somewhere. Yeah. come in?
Yeah.
So you've seen us today already for quite some time during the updates of the proposals and legal documents and everything. We're the audit board. It's Alice, Georg and myself. We're elected for 1 year. We're a supervision body of the legal procedures of ESN Austria. And I want to emphasize this and emphasize it every time, we are here for also your questions. If you need help, if you want to have something clarified, if you have struggles on your local level with legal documents, also please come to us and we will try to help you as much as we can. We are also checking the updates or the procedures of the action plan, and Alice will go into more detail later. So this is part of our, I would not say daily business, but it's more similar to what the financial auditors do before the next NA or before the NA in general. We look at the progress and give a bit of an overview what has been done, what has not been done, and also a retrospective of the last year's action plan. Did we achieve our goals? Where have we missed them? What lessons can we learn from those things? So with that.
Okay, so since the last NA, the old mandate ended and a new one began of the National Board. So this is why today we're looking shortly at the action plan of the old mandate and then the action plan of the new mandate. You all have been sent the action plan every time a National Board creates an action plan. You get also asked to review it, to give comments if you have any. So most of you should have looked at it at least once. Yeah, I defined the progress of the tasks that are the goals that are defined in the action plan with red, which means it's not been done. Orange is it's in progress or what has been partly done. Green means done, and grey is no information, but now I don't have any grey anymore in there, I think. Perfect. Action plan of the last mandate. I really summarized it shortly. Unfortunately, when it comes to the goals of the resources of the network, no goal has been reached. When it comes to the legal documents, unfortunately it's switched a little bit up, so it's always the reasons of the network is, where's the pointer?
All the way top.
Where?
The red.
Here. So the reasons of the network is this one, legal documents is this one, just so you get it. With the legal documents, we have one task that has been fulfilled, it's the implementation of the National Code of Conduct. When it comes to IT, the goal that has been reached, it was the template for the new and better looking website. And the task that is in orange is the migration of the sections to the new websites, which is kind of still ongoing. Some sections switched. ESN Austria has the new website, but there's still a lot of sections with the old websites. When it comes to PR, also the tasks were only partly done. If you have any questions in more detail, you can also ask. When it comes to partnerships, also partly done, but this is also due to the reason that there was no partnership manager. When it comes to events, the red part is expanding national events to a different kind of event next to ops, which has not been done. Institutional international cooperation was mainly about improving the cooperation with the institutions and internationally, which went pretty well. So let's look at the action plan of this mandate. I already was in contact with the National Board members and asked them about the tasks that are to do until this NA, because every task always has a deadline. And some of them say 2nd NA 2024, which is this one. So, the establishment of a knowledge hub is ongoing. There has already been some work on it, but it unfortunately wasn't able to finish it until now, but it's ongoing, it will be finished soon. When it comes to the creation of awareness for the volunteers with facilitation skills, it's the same, it's in progress. There has already been some work done, but unfortunately not been able to finish until this MA. When it comes to the tasks of the category governance, we already have new job descriptions for the national board positions, which already have been used in the last open call. And the president's calls have been merged into the local board calls, kind of. And the redefinition of the MB positions is also something that we're doing right now, so it's kind of in progress. Yes. When it comes to the goal to revive the Austria BFC community, which is the finance community, especially for treasurers, this is also something that's ongoing. Fabian already sent out an email at the beginning of the mandate, and he also said he wants to push it more at SNA. So it's ongoing. Yes, and when it comes to PR, all of those goals are at the end of the mandate. When it comes to partnerships, we already have now the partnerships, the partners of ESN Austria listed on the website, so you can check it out. And yeah, institutional corporations, no goals that are to do until now. So, for a little resume. It's very nice, I like that you assigned the tasks to people because that has not been done in the past, and I think it's also sometimes easier if one person is there with the name, so that person also feels responsible for the task. I like the clear definition of the goals and the prioritization, which has been done before as well, but it's always good. And what I also like is, of course, that all of the tasks are either done or in progress, which is very nice. Also, when we look at the last action plan, where they were not able to fulfill that many goals, so it's nice. Now that you're also more people in the board, all of the positions in the board are filled, now you're also able to fulfill those tasks. One thing that still would be nice, but that's like complaining on a high level, to have clear indicators to measure when the goals are reached, because some goals are more weight than others, but this is something that could be considered for a future action plan. And then we had some other things that happened as well during the time from January until now. And we have a few things that we would like to remind you about. One of them is, and this is for the national board, but also for the sections. The national board and the sections, you all have statutes that have clear rules, especially when it comes to elections. Please check the election processes and see that you are in line with those processes. Please check your statutes and make sure that you are in line with them. Another point would be the prioritization of duties. We all in ESN have a lot of different things. There are things, especially in the national board, the things coming from the international level, like things coming from the local level. The audit board is complaining, the financial auditors are complaining. But it would be good that you prioritize your duties to see what is really important right now and what is important for ESN Austria, and prioritize your duties accordingly. Yes, open calls and minutes have deadlines. Please follow those deadlines. They are there for a reason, to inform the sections. I know it's never that easy because there's always so much to do. Please follow deadlines. And yeah, one thing that was also criticized was one of the last section consultations. Honestly, I don't even remember when it was. But please, National Board, take the section consultation seriously. The sections should be listened to. They should be informed of all points that will be voted on. It is your duty to also listen to the sections and then vote in their name. That was it from my side. Does any of you have something to add? Perfect. Then I say thank you for listening. If you have any questions, let me know. And you can always send us emails to this address. If you have any questions, or you can approach us here. We're always there to help you if you have any questions, issues, or whatever. We're happy to help. We love boring legal stuff. That's why we're in the audit board.
It's not boring.
Not boring for us.
Procedural to strike the boring.
Okay, questions?
please step out? Thank you. So, as per usual, please write down your questions in case you have any.
Philip is in Austria. What procedural violations have occurred and when did they occur? Could you just give a few examples?
I mean, first of all, the minutes of the NA guards, it's like the first thing that comes to mind because apparently, St. Pölten, sorry, yeah, they were sent too late and not in a good format, and apparently they have not been accepted yet, right? Does anyone have the NA St. Pölten minutes? So, yeah, minutes is always a big issue. Minutes of NAs, please keep track of those when they have been sent. Yes, ICT. Minutes should be sent on time and they should be distributed to the sections on time. So that's the first thing that comes to mind because we also have been talking about it. And then there were some issues with the election process of the, was it the last GA? I don't remember times. The election of the national delegates to the General Assembly, but I don't remember which one it was, because there are clear rules for the election process and it was not, those rules were not followed. Sophia?
Yeah, it was the last.
Years. I could not change the name. My phone Natalia is in Bad apparently I heard that you need 2 financial auditors. What happens when it's only 1?
A very good question. So yes, you're right. By law, every association in Austria is required to have 2 financial auditors. One thing to consider is the financial audit. So the job starts during the mandate to keep in the loop with the ongoing day-to-day financial business, right? But the main task of the financial auditor, you could say, is to, once the financial year is over, go through everything properly and make sure that the financial documentation and all the records are correct. So that means we still have some time until the mandate ends, and I'm confident that we can find a second person until then. And if we manage to do that, we are kind of fine. And obviously, it would also help you a lot to have a second person, so I can only encourage someone else to apply. But yeah, so we have one person, which is great. There are some checks and balances in place. We have someone, and if we have someone by the end of the mandate, we are kind of fine.
So if anyone is considering that position, use this available space today or this NA, ask the treasurer, ask former auditors, ask us what about the topics, the task, the workload, so whatever questions you might have, ask us and we can tell you and maybe give you the final spark of motivation to join up for this very important and interesting position.
Motivated treasurer like Fabian, can you please?
Anyone still writing the questions? Okay, so I propose to close the speakers list. No abstaining.
And the speakers list is closed. Thank you a lot for the presentation. And Fabian, you're next.
I've learned.
Yeah, just click next.
Yeah.
Wow.
Should I turn off the stream for this, or can this go to stream?
Oh yes, I need to turn off the stream.
Okay.
Good point.
Can I make meeting minutes then about this?
Yes. Minutes are fine, I believe. Audit board.